And they are racing in the Exacta Systems Distaff Turf Mile. Quick start for Touch of Class and Lady Frosted. Hard hustle down to the inside to come and engage as they race over into the first turn. But Touch of Class was able to cross and clear, and Lady Frosted had no choice but to defer from second. That means she'll be covered up by a couple of horses. Wildwood's Beauty and Undisturbed, they're right across the course outside of her. Then it is Turner Loose who settles along fifth. Right to that one's outside. Takes Charge Row is next as they turn up the backside. Henrietta Topham is in the clear third last. Demo Dog second last, and Pyramid Princess is at the back of this compact field, just about 8 lengths top to bottom, the quarter 24 seconds flat. Outside 4.5 furlongs to travel in the Distaff Turf Mile, and it is Touch of Class doling out the fractions, a length and a half to Wildwood's Beauty. Tucked in along the rail, Lady Frosted third, Undisturbed out of the clear from fourth, right on her back. Henrietta Topham starts to unwind. Turner Loose is still right in the thick of things, as well as Devil Dog starts to sneak through along the fence as they really start to bunch up midpoint through the turn, just outside of 5/16 of a mile to go, the half mile, 47-3. And it is Touch of Class still there. She has company now as they go 3 across the course to the outside. Wildwood's Beauty is coming on as well as they race towards the top of the home stretch. And down on the inside, Touch of Class will cut to corner. Up to the outside, Wildwood Beauty down the center of the track. Here comes Henrietta Topham and Turner Loose. They move together. Henrietta Topham coming to the outside of Touch of Class from between horses. Turner Loose. Here comes Henrietta Topham. She's lugging in. Turner Loose looking to split horses. A three-way photo finish that goes to Henrietta Topham to give Gage Holmes her first stakes win as they take the Exacta Systems Distaff Turf Mile. Photo finish, another exciting renewal of a stake here at Ellis in 135-4. And they are racing in the Exacta Systems Distaff Turf Mile. Quick start for Touch of Class and Lady Frosted. Hard hustle down to the inside to come and engage as they race over into the first turn. But Touch of Class was able to cross and clear, and Lady Frosted had no choice but to defer from second. That means she'll be covered up by a couple of horses. Wildwood's Beauty and Undisturbed, they're right across the course outside of her. Then it is Turner Loose who settles along fifth. Right to that one's outside. Takes Charge Row is next as they turn up the backside. Henrietta Topham is in the clear third last. Demo Dog second last, and Pyramid Princess is at the back of this compact field, just about 8 lengths top to bottom, the quarter 24 seconds flat. Outside 4.5 furlongs to travel in the Distaff Turf Mile, and it is Touch of Class doling out the fractions, a length and a half to Wildwood's Beauty. Tucked in along the rail, Lady Frosted third, Undisturbed out of the clear from fourth, right on her back. Henrietta Topham starts to unwind. Turner Loose is still right in the thick of things, as well as Devil Dog starts to sneak through along the fence as they really start to bunch up midpoint through the turn, just outside of 5/16 of a mile to go, the half mile, 47-3. Across the course to the outside, Wildwood's Beauty is coming on as well as they race towards the top of the home stretch. And down on the inside, Touch of Class will cut to corner. Up to the outside, Wildwood Beauty down the center of the track. Here comes Henrietta Topham and Turner Loose. They move together. Henrietta Topham coming to the outside of Touch of Class from between horses. Turner Loose. Here comes Henrietta Topham. She's lugging in. Turner Loose looking to split horses. A three-way photo finish that goes to Henrietta Topham to give Gage Holmes her first photo finish. Another exciting renewal of a stake here at Ellis in 135-4. In the winner's circle, number 8, Henrietta Topham. She's a 4-year-old daughter by Lemon Drop Kid out of the Cozine mare named Miss Silverbrook. The winner's exacta $40.41. Try $172.30. The double $417 and change. Dime Super $96.67. And they are racing in the fourth running of the Laguna Distaff Turf Sprint. In its creative credit, as expected, to set the pace, LZ will track her right to the outside. Speedometer away into third position. From between horses, Ambassador Luna and Brooke Marie, they are fourth and fifth. Up on the outside, Little Blaze is fifth early, just about a length and a half further back. Toby's Heart is next. Down on the inside, Violenza is third last with 8 lengths to make up. Then it's Social Chatter and Sterling Miss at the back of the pack. The quarter 22 seconds flat. They fly into the far turn, and Creative Credit has built up a length and a half lead on LZ, who's tracking from second up the inside. Now Speedometer starts to quicken from third as they race towards the top of the home stretch. Creative Credit is still there. She comes off the turn by 2.5. Now Speedometer off the fence to come and get her from second. Down the center of the track, Brooke Marie is finishing with interest. Late on the scene, Toby's Heart up the inside. 1/16th left for Creative Credit, who's still finding. Creative Credit is in front by 3. Brooke Marie up into second, up the fence. Violenza to the wire. Creative Credit coast to coast to take the Laguna Distaff Turf Sprint. That's a 4-race win streak for Creative Credit, who was home a winner gate to wire in 102 and 1. And they are racing in the fourth running of the Laguna Distaff Turf Sprint. In its creative credit, as expected, to set the pace, LZ will track her right to the outside. Speedometer away into third position. From between horses, Ambassador Luna and Brooke Marie, they are fourth and fifth. Up on the outside, Little Blaze is fifth early, just about a length and a half further back. Toby's Heart is next. Down on the inside, Violenza is third last with 8 lengths to make up. Then it's Social Chatter and Sterling Miss at the back of the pack. The quarter 22 seconds flat. They fly into the far turn, and Creative Credit has built up a length and a half lead, who's tracking from second up the inside. Now Speedometer starts to quicken from third as they race towards the top of the home stretch. Creative Credit is still there. She comes off the turn by 2.5. Now Speedometer off the fence to come and get her from second. Down the center of the track, Brooke Marie is finishing with interest. Late on the scene, Toby's Heart up the inside. 1/16th left for Creative Credit, who's still finding. Creative Credit is in front by 3. Brooke Marie up into second, up the fence. Violenza to the wire. Creative Credit coast to coast to take the Laguna Distaff Turf. Into the Jeff 4416, 996 and 620 to show. Exacta 4431, the try 171.86, the double $139.17. Pick 3, the biggest one of the meet, $3,493.21. Dime Super. And they are racing in the Henderson Turf Mile. And Dreamer's Disease, with a rocket start just like that, has the lead and the fence. Temper Tantrum to the outside, away in good order as well. He jumped up into second as they take on the first turn. From between horses, racing along into third position, advancing Touch Revenge. Down the inside, Kitten Set is next, covered up to the outside. Now advancing is both Mr. Hustle and Penalty. Then 2 lengths further back to the gray, Gray's Fable, who is a length in front of Kitadan, who's down on the inside as they turn up the backside. Mount Rundle to the extreme outside, still 2. Back to Mr. Dumas, Tejano Twist, and Cupid's Claws. Will have to run by them all. That's the 12 of them up the backside in the Henderson Turf Mile, chasing Dreamer's Disease behind a quarter 24 seconds flat. Long shot Mr. Hustle up to the outside as they go past the half-mile pole. Again, chasing Dreamer's Disease, who's still there, 3 parts of a length. Temper Tantrum is second to the inside. Touch Revenge now moves a closer third. Up to the outside of him, it's still Mr. Hustle now on the move, but committed to go 4 or 5 wide is Mount Rundle. Saving every yard up the fence comes Kitadan. Half-mile 47 and 4. Top of the home stretch with a quarter to go. And Dreamer's Disease has been there every step of the way, still pressured by Temper Tantrum. These two to the top of the home stretch in a 3-wide blitz coming from Touch Revenge. And Touch Revenge is forging to the front inside the final furlong, opening up by 3. Mr. Dumas late on the scene is coming after him. Here comes Mr. Dumas. Gray's Fable to the inside. Mr. Dumas over over the top. Grace Fable up the fence and up the fence to win for Mikhail Michel. Grace Fable had odds of 10-1, rode the rail to victory in 134 and 4. And they are racing in the Henderson Turf Mile. And Dreamer's Disease with a rocket start just like that has the lead and the fence. Temper Tantrum to the outside, away in good order as well. He jumped up into second as they take on the first turn. From between horses, racing along into third position, advancing Touch Revenge. Down the inside, Kitten Set is next, covered up to the outside. Now advancing is both Mr. Hustle and Penalty. Then 2 lengths for the back to the gray, Gray's Fable, who is a length in front of Kitadan, who's down on the inside as they turn up the back side. Mount Rundle to the extreme outside, still 2. Back to Mr. Dumas, Tejano Twist, and Cupid's Claws. We'll have to run by them all. That's the 12 of them up the backside in the Henderson Turf Mile, chasing Dreamer's Disease behind a quarter 24 seconds flat. Long shot Mr. Hustle up to the outside as they go past the half-mile pole. Again, chasing Dreamer's Disease, who's still there, 3 parts of a length. Temper Tantrum is second to the inside. Touch Revenge now moves a closer third. Up to the outside of him, it's still Mr. Hustle now on the move, but committed to go 4 or 5 wide and half-mile 47 and 4. Top of the home stretch with a quarter to go. And Dreamer's Disease has been there every step of the way, still pressured by Temper Tantrum. These two to the top of the home stretch in a 3-wide blitz coming from Touch Revenge. And Touch Revenge is forging to the front inside the final furlong, opening up by 3. Mr. Dumas late on the scene is coming after him. Here comes Mr. Dumas. Grace Fable to the inside. Mr. Dumas over the top. Grace Fable up the fence and up the fence to win for Mikhail Michel. Moving into the Jeff Hall Winners Circle, the unofficial winner of the Henderson Turf Mile $100,000 turf stake here is number 9, Gray's Fable. A pick 4, how about this? Maybe a record, $85,939 and change, the exacta 46.10. 50-cent try, $102.64. The double, $193.56. Pick 3, $1,184.03. Dime Super, $180.
And welcome to a Friday at Ellis Park, as we've got live racing on tap for you here today, starting our weekend off the right way here with sunny skies. We've got blue skies, in fact, and perfect conditions for racing here for an 8-race card. I am your host, Megan Devine, be taking you through the races here today. Before each and every race, I'll be located in the paddock, letting you know my thoughts on the races, hopefully get you some picks as well. This morning, it'll be just myself, my co-host, Jimmy McNerney, not on today's show, but surely will be with us throughout the weekend. Don't forget, tomorrow here at Ellis Park, we will not have live racing on site. We have a special day at Churchill Downs, part of that Pick 6 promotion with Churchill, the Bluegrass Pick 6, which will happen over 3 stakes races tomorrow at Churchill Downs, and then 3 here on Sunday. A huge day of racing at Ellis Park. But first, we of course have to get through the races today, and an excellent card to do so with plenty of chances for you to wager. A few things to note: perfect conditions, as I mentioned. We are fast and firm. Also wanted to mention that we do have a carryover for that Pick 5. Pick 5 carryover with the huge payouts that you might have just seen on the replays there from Sunday of last week. Certainly going to make it very interesting to play along with the races here today. So with that, we'll get to race number 1 at Ellis Park here on Friday. We got a mile and a 16th on the grass. This one, a maiden race for $30,000, and the start of a Pick 4 sequence as well, which you can get involved in. You can see your favorite is on the inside. That is Barrett at 8-5, who all 3 of us use, both myself, Jimmy McNerney, and of course Gene McLean as well. With the 1 horse on top, Barrett seems to run flat each and every time that he's been out there. He has been in 1 maiden claiming race, a little bit easier than the maiden special weight company he has also faced, but he's got to definitely step it up here today in order to make a difference. I will say that he's trained for the first time by Mike Maker, and Mike Maker with horses who run for him for the first time wins at about 14%, and he's also coming off a bit of a layoff, a bit of a vacation from the track, so he's got to come back here fit, but the workouts look really good, and this horse also has some very nice breeding as well. A 1/2 named Miss Stormy D, who was a stakes winner in California, multiple graded stakes place, and a 1/2 sibling to a stakes winner on turf at Pimlico and Canterbury as well. So, you know, the grass might be helpful. Obviously, they've had this horse on the grass plenty of times before, so I'm going to include Barrett, but I did also like the 5, Just Get It, for Steve Margolis. I thought this horse looked great in the paddock last time. They're putting the blinkers on, getting the drop in class here, and I thought that the distance certainly might be helpful. I didn't mind the effort rather over the mile distance. I just don't think he liked the soupy main track. So Just Get It with a little bit of turf breeding as well. This horse, a 1/2 that won the Grade 3 Jimmy Durante at Del Mar. So like the 5 horse at 10-1 on the morning line. I couldn't resist the odds. And then Sweet Truffles at 5-2 on the morning line. This one for Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez, who team up to do very, very well together. Has been racing at the maiden claiming level, so you're not going to get that drop in class like you get with some of the other horses, but definitely something to note. A horse that I think is in decent form here and makes it certainly you can make a case for on the form. Moving along to race number 2. This one 6 furlongs on the main track surface. Maiden claiming for $10,000. Lots of maiden races today, so horses looking for their very first career victory. Oftentimes, those can be some difficult races to handicap, and in fact, I thought this one was maybe a tough race as well. You can see the favorite is the 6 horse Triple Chrome at 5-2, and I like this one, but really thought that the horse would be able to improve last time at Ellis Park over the distance of a mile. In fact, I spoke to trainer Brittany Vandenberg just before that race, and she said that she was hoping that this horse would relax with additional distance, just be able to breathe through the race, and that didn't seem to be the case as much. He did finish second, but he was beaten by 8 lengths to Horse Daddy, who was another entry in there. So interested to see Triple Chrome cutting back in distance here, whereas, like I said, last time the mile seems like the plan that they were going to go with. So the 6 horse I have included, but I liked the 7 as well, Uncle Nick, who finished on the wrong lead last time, may have been just a little bit green, but certainly showed a big improvement in form over the muddy track here at Ellis Park, and obviously is a horse that much prefers a sprinting distance. Now the 5 horse, the final one on my top selections, The other guys don't have this horse on there. For Sarah Hamilton, Mitchell Merle in the irons, that is Stavanger. This is the horse who ran a mile last time at Ellis and didn't finish any good that day. He was beaten by 20 lengths, so he's certainly going to have to improve. But I think a cutback in distance might be helpful for him. He hasn't really tried it before. In fact, they've kept this horse at a longer distance, so I'm curious to see him going from a route to sprint and see if that might improve his form here today. Moving along to race number 3. This 1 mile on the turf course as we go back to the grass there. 1, 3, and 2 were my top selections. So I do have the 3 horse on top, Candace O, who won here, in fact, last time at Ellis Park over the distance of a mile, seems to have some speed, and I think the rail draw certainly complements the running style of this 4-year-old filly. She's a half to Opry, who was a Grade 3 winner on turf at Saratoga. You've got lots of turf breeding there. She's obviously been in some tougher spots, including some graded stakes races at tracks like Belmont, Gulfstream Park, and she's held her own. So I like the 4-year-old daughter of Declaration of War. I certainly like the rail draw, and I do not mind the rider change to Brian Hernandez Jr. as obviously Florent Giroux riding in a different jurisdiction here for the summertime. The 3 horse is Fair Game, this one for Vicky Oliver. Actually, in fact, the mother of this horse was third in the Ellis Park Audubon Oaks, which is a race held on turf. We will see that race be held, the 2022 edition, here on Sunday. So be sure to join us for that, either on the simulcast or right here on track. But Fair Game getting an easier spot, dropping in from a stakes race here at Ellis Park last time. I think the class relief will help, and I love the workout on August 4th as well. Between that last race coming into this one, it certainly seems like this is a filly that is definitely on her game and sharp. The 2 Jezebel's Kitten at 9-5. Yes, the favorite in here, but yes, I am going to try to beat this horse a little bit. Seems to need a pace setup, at least in the most recent races for her. She's sat off of it and been able to close, although she did have some earlier form back when she was trained by Brad Cox last year, where she was able to show some speed. We'll see what the plan is with her here today. She's coming off just a little bit of a freshening, hasn't raced since May of 2022, and she comes in with 2 very nice workouts for trainer Chris Davis, who's not run too many horses here at the meet, but is winning at 40% of the time. So certainly a barn that has sent out some very, very competitive runners so far this summer. Race number 4 will be up next. That is the start of the 50-cent Pick 5. 6 furlongs the distance here to start this one off. Another maiden claiming race for $30,000. 4 and 6 were the 2 horses that I really looked at. I did add the 5 horse. I thought about maybe the 2 instead to round out that top 3, but I was really focused on just those 2. Awesome Charge, who is at 6-5 on the morning line with the blinkers on here. This is a horse that hasn't run in almost a year and a half. A 4-year-old son of Will Take Charge for Robertino Diodoro is getting a good spot, I think a softer spot to come back in here today. And I will say the workouts locally here at Ellis Park over this surface have been very, very sharp. I certainly think this is a horse that is going to come back and look fabulous in the paddock. Excited to see that one. Obviously, anytime a horse is coming off a layoff, you want to make sure that the horse looks fit in the paddock, certainly mentally, physically, looks like this one's ready to go. And I expect to see that from the Robertino Diodoro barn, who comes back to win at 23% with horses that are returning off of a 180-day layoff or more. So Awesome Charge going to go on top for me, followed by the 6 horse, that is Oro de Moro. This one for Billy Morey. A lot of Moors in there. Blinkers going on here for this horse, who's going to run 2nd race of his career, but he is going to get that drop in class from maiden special weight to maiden claiming, which oftentimes can make a huge difference for these horses. Gerardo Corrales is going to be aboard for the ride here for the very first time. This horse debuted right here at Ellis Park this summer. Was in a little bit of a tight spot, going 6 furlongs, so I think the race here today could be a little easier as long as he's able to negotiate maybe some better navigation coming down in the final stages of that race, and obviously more competitive at the maiden claiming level. Race number 5 will move along to what I thought was one of the toughest races on the card here today. 1 mile the distance on the grass. This one a maiden special weight sponsored by our friends at Run Happy. This race for 2-year-old horses as well. And in fact, a lot of us had the 7 on top as the favorite, myself included, Cajun Blast for Keith DeSormo, but that horse scratched out of this race, which is going to change some things here. In fact, I had the 2 now, Thunderian, on top for Brad Cox, a first-time starter, son of distorted humor. Brad Cox with horses making their first start wins at 19%, and this horse has had plenty of 5 furlong drills to prepare for this race at Ellis Park and also over at Keeneland. So, you know, a lot of times when horses are debuting at a mile or above, which this horse is obviously debuting at the mile on the turf here today, you want to make sure that foundation is there. You want to make sure the horse has enough stamina, has gotten enough out of the morning works to prepare for this. And I certainly think that based off the work pattern, based off the times, it seems like this horse has. This is a homebred for Godolphin, who's 9-2 in the morning line, but I'd expect to see that number drop a little bit with the scratches of the 7 horse. 2 going to go on top, followed by the 6. This is the race. If you follow along with my pick 5 ticket coming up later, I had a lot of horses on this particular race and tried to save elsewhere because I did think that it was so competitive. So the 2 horse, like I mentioned, going to go on top, followed by the 6. That is Fortune for Brendan Walsh. This one is a half sibling to a grade 2 winner at Laurel who made over $500,000. Vincent Shumanon is aboard here. Again, another first-time starter, so we'll see how that horse looks in the paddock, but has some great breeding there. And I thought a horse that might make a good appearance here for the first time. Brendan Walsh off to a has had a very good meet, I should say, here at Ellis Park. Now the 10 horse Mr. Bingo has some experience. This is a horse that debuted at Churchill Downs on July 2nd, is going to have 2 changes here, stretching out to the distance of a mile from 6 furlongs and also switching over to the grass. And I certainly think with the flat running that this colt did on debut, he really didn't make too much of an impact. I think the sprint fractions for him were just a little too tight. He might definitely prefer a little bit of a softer times there as he stretches out to the mile distance. You get Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard there. So certainly a competitive race. Race number 6. Next up, we've got a maiden special weight, another one sponsored by our friends at Run Happy. For the 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. The 4, 8, and 3 are the horses that I'll look at. The 4, Mirage, had a very athletic look last time, a big scopy walk, trained by Steve Asmussen, ridden by Brian Hernandez, finished a good second last time. I singled this horse in my ticket. I didn't think he had too much to improve on, and he's out of that first crop sire of Army Mule. The 8 horse Last Cookie, who makes the debut here today. This horse is a half to Frosted, who made over $3 million and won 5 graded stakes races, so certainly some good breeding there. And the 3, Stud Lovin' for Mike Maker, who makes the debut coming off of a very fast workout at Ellis Park. Race number 6, we move along to the allowance race, non-winners of one other than 5.5 furlongs on the grass. 8-7-2 is how I saw it, with the 8 horse Hunter John for John Ortiz coming back after a win, hoping to get 2 in a row here. Was in against True Jedi, who came back to win his next start. And the 7, My Crazy Neighbor for Ian Wilkes and Chris Landeros, switching over to the turf here. But this is a horse that's been training on synthetic, and oftentimes that transition can be a little bit easier. So going to go with those 2. I threw the 2 horse Switzer in as my top 3, but really focused on the first 2 I mentioned. And then to round out the card, race number 8, a mile and a 16th on the grass, another maiden special weight race sponsored by Run Happy. This one for the horses 3 years old and up, a mile and a 16th on the grass. I went with the 9 horse on top. 9, 1, and 2 was how I saw it. So the 9 horse is Levity for Vicky Oliver. 12-1 price there for you, hoping for a big bombs in the last race of the day. I thought had a nice walk, very scopy, very fit last time. In fact, I love the switch over to the turf based off of the horse's conformation. So I'm going to take a price, followed by the 1 Silver Blur for Brett Calhoun, who had some trouble last time, was disqualified in place 3rd after finishing a close 2nd. And then the 2 Blue Devil, 5-2 on the morning line, running as a gelding for the very first time for trainer Jeff Hiles, who has yet to get a win on the meet, but is certainly in a good position here with this colt coming off of a fast bullet workout at the High Point Training Center. Lots of great racing here today. A gorgeous day at Ellis Park. Good luck the rest of the races here today as we send it out to the national anthem.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into Ellis Park for a wonderful Friday afternoon of racing. We do have 8 races on the card. The track condition of the main is fast. The turf course is firm, and the turf rail is out at 24 feet. Great day here in Henderson for racing. Beautiful skies here, and again, 8 races on the card, including that Pick 5 carryover, $56,630. That is a Pick 5 carryover, and that will start in our 4th race. Race fans, at this time, if you'll take out your racing programs, we will go over today's late program changes. Again, beautiful skies here in Henderson, and we are fast and firm. And race number 1 does start on the turf, firm turf. Again, the turf rail set outward to 24 feet. With the 8 race card, the pick 4 will start in race number 1. In race number 1, scratch the 3, Miss Kitty Pie. Number 3, Miss Kitty Pie has been scratched. That takes it down to a field of 5, so cancel the superfecta wager. No superfecta wagering offered on race 1, the start of the early pick 4. Second race is clear. No changes in race number 2, the first dirt race of the afternoon. In the third race is another turf race. It starts another 50-cent rolling pick 3. No changes in the third as well. Now, once again, the 4th race starts the 50-cent pick 5 wager. In the 4th race, again, 50-cent pick 5 wager in the final 5 races on the card. A 50-cent base bet. Carryover, free money already in the pool, $56,630 and change. And in that 4th race, just one late change to note. Number 7, Secret Edge, has a late unpublished workout here at Ellis Park. Worked out at Ellis on August 7th, a half mile. The 4 furlongs was time 49 seconds, and that was breezing. 5th race, several wagering options in the 5th race, including the 50-cent late pick 4 and also that $3 all-turf pick 3 on races 5, 7, and 8. Again, 2 pick 3s there, a normal 50-cent one on the 3 consecutive races 5, 6, 7, and also a special $3 all-turf pick 3 on races 5, 7, and 8, and that paid over $20,000 the last time we raced. You want to be involved in that. That race is on the turf rail set to 24. It's firm, several scratches. The 7 Cajun Blast, the morning line favorite, has been scratched. Again, number 7, Cajun Blast, is out. And then take out all the also eligibles. Number 11, Get, the 12, Oscar Eclipse, the 13, the Bookkeeper, and 14, McEnroe. 7, 11 through 14 all scratched from the 5th, starting that turf pick 3 and the late pick 4. Race number 6 is sponsored by Run Happy. There is a jockey change for number 1, Been Dreaming. Make the rider Chris Landeros. Chris Landeros, the rider for number 1, Been Dreaming. That's in race number 6, the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Now, the 7th race, several changes in here. The 1A Kennesaw has a change of jockey to Colby Hernandez. Colby Hernandez picks up the 1A Kennesaw, who draws in off of the also eligible. Arietta opts to stay with the 6. So 1A Kennesaw off the also, draws in, change the jockey to Colby. Scratch number 3 on KP. Scratch number 5, Preston Bird. Scratch the 11, Sand Mountain. And number 12, Flags Up. So 7th race, scratch the 3, 5, 11, 12. The 1A is in with Colby there in the 7th. The 8th and final race, several changes. In the 8th and final, sponsored by Run Happy. Be aware that number 2, Blue Devil, making the first start since being gelded. Scratch the 5, War on Truth. Several, in fact, have been under the knife since their last race. Number 6, Spun Sun, first time gelding. Number 7, Mucho Mojo, first time gelding. Number 10, Encourage, racing for the first time since being gelded. Number 11, Kansas Comet, has been scratched. Scratch number 12, Bluegrass Royale. The 13 Get Through draws in, and now the 13 Get Through does have a change of jockey just in, make it Joe Talamo. Joe Talamo up top on number 13 Get Through in the 8th. Then scratch the 14, 15, 16. So recapping race 8, the scratches are numbers 5, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16. 13 is in, make it Talamo, and all those first-time geldings, the 2, 6, 7, and 10 to close out the show. Well, race fans, those are the changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this 8-race program, I will get those to you as they do so. First post here in Henderson is in 12 minutes. We are fast and firm, and the first of 8 will start on the turf to start the pick 4. Race 1 at 12:50 in 12 minutes. Good luck.
Race number 1 coming up in just 11 minutes here at Ellis Park as we start the Friday card of racing. As Jimmy mentioned, we have 8 races on the card today. Certainly looks like a very, very lucrative card to play along with, especially with that carryover for the Pick 5 wager, which starts just a little bit later on. Don't forget, the 50-cent Pick 4 does start right here in race number 1, so you might as well start off your day with a winning ticket. This race, a maiden claiming event for $30,000. Fillies and mares 3 years old end up 1 mile and a 16th the distance on the grass. Perfect conditions for racing here today. A nice breeze, not too hot. This is probably the best day of racing as far as weather is concerned that we've had in quite some time. So excited to get through the day. I went with the 1 horse on top, Barrett, as I know many of the other experts did. Gene and Jimmy also liking this horse, hoping that the drop in class is going to be the most important one. Maiden special weight to maiden claiming should be easier company for the 3-year-old daughter of Vancouver, who's just run a flat race just about every time. She hasn't really gotten involved, and hoping that she's able to do that here today with the services of Gerardo Corrales. She does come off the layoff. She hasn't raced since December of 2021, but she runs for the very first time here for trainer Mike Maker, and he wins at about 15% with horses that are returning off of an extended vacation from the track. She's also going to get Lasix for the very first time here today, and she looks gorgeous here in the paddock. Very well turned out. She comes off of a few very sharp workouts, including 2 locally here at Ellis Park. She looks like a lady. She doesn't seem like she's too much to handle, and physically she's very well tucked up. She's very dappled out, in fact, and she's got a fabulous walk to her as well. Love her shoulder, her action, her front action. Seems like a horse that'll obviously appreciate the turf, and that's why she's raced on the turf or synthetic for her entire race. So have to say, definitely like the look of the 1 horse in here. I also considered the 5, Just Get It, at a little bit of a price, 10-1, so maybe a nice exacta if you're playing along. But the blinkers going on here today. This filly is also getting that all-important drop in glass, maiden special weight to maiden claiming. Has not done a lot of great running last time. She was in a race here at Ellis Park over the sloppy racetrack, and that was where the track was just really soupy that day. In fact, some of the riders, I think, had complained that it was a little slippery in some spots. So I'm going to cross out that last race and think that she's going to improve at the mile distance. She's sired by Honor Code. She's got distorted humor on the bottom side. I think the distance fits her very well, and I'm excited to see this horse, one, get blinkers on to hopefully be a little sharper, a little bit more involved early on. Sometimes that can help horses find some speed that they may have not had before as well, as the drop in glass. And also this horse getting to the turf here. It's a half sibling to one that won the Grade 3 Jimmy Durante at Del Mar on turf, and they certainly have liked this mare. They've bred her back to horses like Justify, Audible, Tis the Law, Essential Quality. So I certainly think that Just Get It seems like this one, at least on paper, might be able to improve here. And again, has never run on the turf before, so that's still a question to be answered. Now the 4 is Sweet Truffles
for Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. Going to get the leg up once again. He's ridden this horse 4 times before, but they've never tried the turf with this filly. So they are going to move her over to the grass here today. She's one that has appreciated the distance. Her form has gotten better as they moved her from 6 furlongs to a mile to 16th and to a distance from there. In fact, she's a leggy type, and she's very much on her toes here in the paddock. She's got a great energy to her. She's very, very fit, very tucked up, kind of a slighter body frame. She's a little bit more lightly boned than some of the others. And in fact, I think she looks like a horse that would really appreciate the grass here. She's sired by Candy Ride, so plenty of turf breeding on that side as well. So I certainly think that she might be able to improve here today with the surface switch. She is a horse that's been racing at the maiden claiming level, pardon me. So she's not getting that same drop in class like some of the other contenders in here are getting. That being said, she's at least been involved in the races that she's run in, and oftentimes that can make a big difference. She's finished second, or third rather. She's been sitting second in some of her races. So you have horses that haven't done any running at the maiden special weight race, or level rather, and then you have a horse who has been competitive at the maiden claiming level. Now, if you turn your attention to the screen there, you'll see a pick 4 ticket going to go up for you. That is my pick 4 ticket that you can play along with here today. You can see I used 3 horses in this first leg. I thought any one of these had a chance, and that total cost of the ticket just $36. If you want to play along, 3x3 by 4x2 was how I saw it. Shortened up there in that last race with a little bit more of a definitive opinion, but certainly giving myself the opportunity to hopefully get some horses at a bigger price there in some spots, including this race. 4 to 5 on the one horse, obviously your favorite, a bit of short field and many horses trying something for the first time. So gonna give myself an opportunity to hopefully get a price bigger than that. You can see Jimmy along the same lines there with that thinking. He's also got his pick 4 ticket on the screen as the horses head to the track. We start our day here at Ellis Park, race number 1, just 5 minutes away. Good luck.
The horses stepping trackside for race number 1 of 8 here at Ellis Park to kick off this Friday afternoon from Henderson. Race number 1, maiden fillies and mares, 30 claimers to go a mile and 16th on a firm turf. The turf rail set outward to 24 feet this week. In the opener, scratch number 3, Miss Kitty Pie. That will force a cancellation of the superfecta, but wagering options left. The Win Play Show wagers, exacta, try, daily double, pick 3, and starts the early pick 4 50-cent base bet. Races 1, 2, 3, and 4. And post time for race number 1 over a firm turf is in 4 minutes. Good luck.
Love it. I think the kite and half better. Good, man. Where's that? I bet. It's on the west side. German potatoes. taxi, you pick him up. Oh, okay. Sorry, just walked into the next one. Oh, this is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch in here. Late scratch in race number 1. The 1. Barrett has been scratched again. Number 1, Barrett, a late scratch here in the opener. You have time to make any changes or exchanges to your tickets. Yet the 1, Barrett, has been scratched. And once again, with the late scratch of the 1, now that reduces the field to 4. So the trifecta wager has been canceled. Hang on to your trifecta tickets, or you have a limited time here to go back and change those if you wish. But number 1, Barrett, is now a late scratch, so trifecta and superfecta wagers will be refunded.
Put it that way. Put it on the fire.
And now the horses loading in here for race number 1 to kick off a Friday from Henderson. Again, the 1, Barrett, a late scratch. So 2 horses out of here down to a field of 4. Tries and supers will be refunded as Sweet Truffle is going forward now. 3-5 for Kenny McPeak and Patty Tipton. Just Get It moving in. And Josine coming up to the outside field of 4 at the post. And they are racing at the P-Patch. Just Get It was put in tight shortly after the start. She's last under the wire for the first time. Sweet Truffles, the favorite, is first. Down on the inside, there's room at the fence for Why She Do That to come on through. She's now covered up by Josine to the outside. And Just Get It, after being squeezed out of the gate, is last of them all. They work around the turn, just about midpoint through the opening turn, so 6 1/2 furlongs to travel. And up top, it is Sweet Truffles and Brian Hernandez showing the way, 1.5 lengths to Why She Do That, who's really keyed up to the outside of her to go on from second. A margin of 4 back to Josine and Just Get It. Still can't see them all. They turn up the backside. They're 2 by 2, but well strung out, and they're walking. In fact, there's the quarter while, 26 seconds flat. So snail-like tempo being set by Brian and Sweet Truffles as they showed away, but now applying the heat early. Here comes Brother Colby with Why She Do That. That pair is about 6 lengths in front of Just Get It and Chris Landeros and Josine. And Abel Lascano at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to go. 7 lengths top to bottom. Half-mile pedestrian-like 50 3. And Sweet Truffles has thrown it into neutral and let Why She Do That go on and take the lead. It's Why She Do That opens up 1.5 lengths. Just Get It to the outside. Sweet Truffles back into the 3rd position. And Josine for Bill Preble is 4th, but she's starting to warm up here outside the top of the home stretch. And it is Why She Do That who comes to the top of the lane, a 2-length leader. Just Get It is up into 2nd. Sweet Truffles is 3rd. And Josine's had See 'em all, 1 furlong to go. Why She Do That out there in front by 4. Just Get It's up into 2nd, but she's not going to get to the winner. And the winner is Why She Do That. Why She Do That. He's going to win it with Colby for Ben Colebrook by about 5 in the end. Just Get It was 2nd, and then it was Sweet Truffles checked in 3rd. Judges posting the unofficial complete order of finish. Winner number 2, Why She Do That. Second, number 5, Just Get It. Third, the 4, Sweet Truffles. And fourth, number 6, Josine. 2, 5, 4, and 6, 2, 5, 4, 6. Once again, unofficial order of finish. The winner 2, Why She Do That. Second, 5, Just Get It. Third, 4, Sweet Truffles. Fourth, 6, Josine. Don't forget the late scratch of number 1, Barrett. Number 1, Barrett was a late scratch. The try-in supers were refunded. And now the opener is official, 2546 official. Into the Jeff Hall winner's circle. Number 2, Why She Do Dat. A 4-year-old bay daughter by Soldat out of the Mr. Greeley mare named Honeydew List. The winner is owned by Harvey A. Clark Racing Stables, LLC of Donna Clark, the winning trainer Ben Colebrook, and the winning jockey Colby Hernandez. Number 2, Why She Do Dat. Breaks maiden in the 5th career start, the 4th that she has been declared a starter, as number 2, Why She Do That, rolls home here with Kobe at 5-2, get you back $7.58, $5 in the middle, $2.10 for the show money. Exacta $9.96. Again, the trifecta and superfecta were both canceled and refunded. Up next, the second race from Ellis Park, race number 2, post time in 21 minutes, a field of 7. 7 to go, 6 furlongs on the main, fast main. Win, play, show, exact to try, super daily double, starts a pick 3, again, 21 minutes. The 4 at the post, and they are racing at the P-Patch. Just Get It was put in tight shortly after the start. She's last. Under the wire for the first time. Sweet Truffles, the favorite, is first. Down on the inside, there's room at the fence for Why She Do That to come on through. She's now covered up by Josine to the outside, and Just Get It, after being squeezed out of the gate, is last of them all. They work around the turn just about midpoint through the opening turn, so 6 1/2 furlongs to travel. And up top, it is Sweet Truffles and Brian Hernandez showing the way 1.5 to Why She Do That, who's really keyed up to the outside of her to go on from second. A margin of 4 back to Josine and Just Get It. Still can't see them all. They turn up the backside. They're 2 by 2, but well strung out, and they're walking. In fact, there's the quarter while, 26 seconds flat. So snail-like tempo being set by Brian and Sweet Truffles as they showed away, but now applying the heat early. Here comes Brother Colby with Why She Do That. That pair is about 6 lengths in front of Just Get It and Chris Landeros and Josine. Nabel Lascano at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to go. 7 lengths top to bottom. Half-mile pedestrian-like 50 3. And Sweet Truffles has thrown it into neutral and let Why She Do That go on and take the lead. It's Why She Do That opens up 1.5 lengths. Just Get It to the outside. Sweet Truffles back into the third position. And Josine for Bill Preble is fourth, but she's starting to warm up here outside the top of the home stretch. And it is Why She Do That who comes to the top of the lane, a 2-length leader. Just Get It is up into second. Sweet Truffles is third. And Josine's had See 'em all, 1 furlong to go. Why She Do That out there in front by 4. Just Get It's up into second, but she's not going to get to the winner. And the winner is Why She Do That. Why She Do That. It's going to win it with Colby for Ben Colebrook by about 5 in the end. Just Get It was second, and then it was Sweet Truffles checked in third. The 4 at the post, and they are racing at the P-Patch. Just Get It was put in tight shortly after the start. She's last. Under the wire for the first time. Sweet Truffles, the favorite, is first. Down on the inside, there's room at the fence for Why She Do That to come on through. She's now covered up by Josine to the outside, and Just Get It, after being squeezed out of the gate, is last of them all. They work around the turn just about midpoint through the opening turn, so 6 1/2 furlongs to travel. And up top, it is Sweet Truffles and Brian Hernandez showing the way 1.5 to Why She Do That, who's really keyed up to the outside of her to go on from second. A margin of 4 back to Josine and Just Get It. Still can't see them all. Still can't see them all. They turn up the backside. They're 2 by 2, but well strung out, and they're walking. In fact, there's the quarter while, 26 seconds flat. So snail-like tempo being set by Brian and Sweet Truffles as they showed away, but now applying the heat early. Here comes Brother Colby with Why She Do That. That pair is about 6 lengths in front of Just Get It and Chris Landeros and Josine. Nabel Lascano at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to go. 7 lengths top to bottom. Half-mile pedestrian-like 50 3. And Sweet Truffles has thrown it into neutral and let Why She Do That go on and take the lead. It's Why She Do That opens up 1.5 lengths. Just Get It to the up here outside the top of the home stretch. And it is Why She Do That who comes to the top of the lane, a 2-length leader. Just Get It is up into second. Sweet Truffles is third, and Josine's had See 'em all, 1 furlong to go. Why She Do That out there in front by 4. Just Get It's up into second, but she's not going to get to the winner, and the winner is Why She Do That. Why She Do That. It's going to win it with Colby for Ben Colebrook by about 5 in the end. Just Get It was opener is official, 2546 official. Into the Jeff Hall winner's circle. Number 2, Why She Do That. A 4-year-old.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
Race number 2 coming up here at Ellis Park, just about 11 minutes away. 6 furlongs the distance of this race on the main track, which is listed as fast here today. We've got a maiden claiming race ahead of us for horses 3 years old and up. You can see on the screen there just a compact field of 7 horses with no scratches to report. A top pick for me, I did go towards the 7. I went 7, 6, 5 in those picks, and you can see, in fact, all 3 of us had the 7 on top, followed by the 6, and then just some differences there for that third choice selection. But the 7 horse at 8-5 right now on the morning line, on the current odds, is Uncle Nick for Carlo Vaccarezza. This is a horse who finished second right here at Ellis last time over the muddy surface. That was going 5.5 furlongs, so just a little bit more distance to work with here today. Will say that I thought watching the replay that the 4-year-old gelding might have just been a little bit green last time. He did finish on that left lead, on the wrong lead, but he made up a lot of ground, and I thought that was certainly a big improvement for him from the races that he had been in before at Churchill Downs, and even when he debuted here at Ellis on the grass in 2020. So a horse that they've certainly been hoping will get to the winner's circle for quite some time now. He is a 4-year-old maiden who's had those 4 starts, but he typically, at least in that last race, had come from off the pace, so expect maybe for him to break just easy, kind of ride the break, and then hope to have some closing foot there and the final stages of the race. Again, that second place last time, although it looked a little bit green, was still a much better effort for him, and he looks like he's in a good soft spot against the horses here for the maiden 10 level. Now the 6 horse is Triple Chrome. This is one for Brittany Vandenberg and Chris Amy, who last time they thought stretching the horse out to the distance of a mile, that he might be able to relax a little bit more with the distance, be able to breathe during the race. And he did finish second that day, just beaten by 8 lengths. It was a wide margin of victory for Horse Daddy in that particular event. They are cutting him back in distance, back to the sprinting distance here today. Trainer Brittany Vandenberg wins at 36% with moving horses route to sprint, and has had an excellent meet here at Ellis Park so far this summer. This horse looks great here in the paddock. He's the son of Ken Tharo, so he's certainly one that's nicely bred for a sprinting distance. He's got a nice short back to him as well. He's kind of compact on the top end, although he is a pretty leggy horse, so it certainly seems like one conformationally that is versatile, but we'll see how he does cutting back to that distance. I will say it's good to see him nice and relaxed here today, at least before the race starts, because I know that's something that the barn was hoping to accomplish with this particular horse. The 5 horse is Stavanger for Sarah Hamilton. Mitchell Merle will pick up the mount here. Third start off the layoff for this gelding. He didn't really do much running in the past 2 races. He certainly has to pick it up here. I will say that physically he looks good in the paddock. He's certainly a nicely balanced horse, so he fits the mile distance in my opinion. He does have some good breeding as well. He's a half to a stakes placed horse at Kentucky Downs, so you've got that for him, although this race obviously on the main track. I will say that a horse that caught my eye here that I did not use was the 2, and that's River Stones for Dale Romans, a horse that's definitely been on his toes the whole time. He is coming off a layoff, but he looks very, very fit, really sharp coming into this spot. Horses are headed to the track for race number 2. Best of luck.
On the track for the second race from Ellis Park, race number 2 will be a 6-furlong dirt contest. This is a maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up. Claiming tag $10,000, field of 7 to go. Win, play, show, exact to try, super, daily double starts another rolling pick 3. Post time for the second race from Ellis Park is in just 7 minutes. Race 2 from Ellis Park in just 4 minutes. Race number 2 in 4 minutes. Race fans, those of you just coming into the track, I'd like to remind you of the race schedule here at Ellis Park this weekend. Of course, we do have 8 races on the card today. Now, tomorrow there'll be no live racing here at Ellis Park. We will be open, though. Of course, the clubhouse is open with the historical horse racing machines going on, with those wonderful promotions and giveaways going on in there. But also simulcast action will be held here tomorrow from tracks throughout the country, including that Churchill card. Again, Churchill tomorrow has a 12:45 post. It's an Eastern post. It'll be 11:45 here in Hendo. That is the Arlington Million card. 11 races on their program, including those 4 stake events. The Beverly D, the Lady Tax, the Fort Larned, and of course the Arlington Million. That will go as race number 11. Then we're back here on Sunday with a wonderful 9-race card here on Sunday. Again, 5 stakes here. That is our signature day of the year, the Group Eat All Day. Again, the Group Eat All, the Audubon Oaks, the Ellis Park Derby, and a couple of juvenile stake races as well, one for the boys and one for the girls. And in addition, Ellis Park, in conjunction with Naira, will host a cross-country pick 5. Again, Naira will host a cross-country pick 5 with Ellis Park on Sunday, and Saratoga Racecourse will host 2 of those legs as well here on Sunday. Now, race number 2 today is up in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes left for race 2.
So what's Phil up to nowadays? He's retired like you? Yeah, he's retired. I got Tommy in the 6 horse. I walked away and I thought, Jim. I look at Wago. I look at Wago.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Race 2 at Ellis Park loading in. Maiden dime claimers to go 6 furlongs, field of 7. Uncle Nick 9-5. Little overlay for Uncle Nick as Riverstone's coming up. Triple Chrome. Moving forward. Indian Springs going in. And Uncle Nick to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing. Fast start for Uncle Nick. Also quick into stride. It is Triple Chrome. Private Connie bounced out in the 3rd position, doubling inside. Indian Springs is 4th, and 2 lengths for the back. Stavinger settles on 5th, already about 8 off the pace. Riverstones is 2nd last, and Honorable Val is at the back of the pack. Outside a half mile to go, 10 lengths from tip to tail. They blitz into the far turn. Even money to the outside, that's Uncle Nick. Down the inside with a foothold at the fence is Triple Chrome and Chris Amy. They match strides, and they're about 3 lengths in front of Private Connie, who's looking good on the far turn run from 3rd. Then 5 or 6 back to Stavinger, who's up a spot as Indian Springs is thrown it in reverse, and from the backfield coming on now here is Honorable Val. 1 quarter to go, the quarter 23-1. Uncle Nick is still there up top with the Bug Boy. Uncle Nick off the turn, opening up by 3. Triple Chrome to the inside, still racing in second. Private Connie down the stand side from third. 1 furlong to go. Whip is out on Uncle Nick, and Uncle Nick is drifting well out into the center of the course, but doesn't matter. There's hardly anybody coming with a 16th to go. Uncle Nick, a bit of a erratic stretch run, but Uncle Nick will break the maiden at even money. Uncle Nick won by about 2.5 in the end. Private Connie was next, and a photograph for third. 1:12 and 3 the running time. Looks like that is the first North American win here for Johnawell Pena, the apprentice. As the judges have posted number 7, Uncle Nick, as the unofficial winner. Second, the 4, Private Connie photographer. Third, 7-4 photo. Once again, 7-4 and an extremely tight photo finish for third. 7-4 and a tight photo for third. Hold them all. Into the winner's circle for the first time in his career. Here's winning jockey Johnawell Pena. Number 7, Uncle Nick, coming into the winner's circle. A 4-year-old big gelded son by Uncle Mo out of the Scat Daddy mare named Surfside Tiara. The winner's owned by J&J Stables, J&G Stables LLC, and Nick Vacareza. The winning trainer, Carlo Vacareza, and the winning jockey, the first career win here for Johnawell Pena, the 10-pound apprentice, aboard Uncle Nick for the victory here in the second race. Uncle Nick at even money delivers here to break the maiden on the slight drop in class. Now, after review of the photo, the trio of placing judges could not split the 1 and 3. There has been a dead heat for third. Once again, a dead heat for third between number 1, Honorable Vow, and the 3, Indian Springs. 7-4 and a dead heat between the 1 and 3. So barring any changes, the trifectas and superfectas will have multiple payouts. The tries will pay both 7-4-1 and 7-4-3. The superfecta will pay out on a 7-4-1-3 and also a 7-4-3-1. And now it's official. Race 2, official, 7-4, and a heater for third between the 1 and 3. Price is up. The winner $4.18, $254, $222 to show. The exacta for $1, $5.78. The trifecta with the 1/3, $4.86. Trifecta with the 3/3, $15.29. The double, $12.82. Superfecta, $7.431. Returns $8.94. Again, multiple payouts. So the dime super on a 7-4-1-3 combination. That's 7-4-1-3 dime super will get you back $6.07. The third race is up next. Race number 3 has a field of 6 to go. A mile on the firm turf in 22 minutes. Good luck. It is Triple Chrome. Private Connie bounced out in the third position, doubling inside. Indian Springs is fourth, and 2 lengths further back, Stavanger settles on fifth, already about 8 off the pace. Riverstones is second last, and Honorable Vow is at the back of the pack. Outside a half mile to go, 10 lengths from tip to tail. They blitz into the far turn. Even money to the outside, that's Uncle Nick. Down the inside with a foothold at the fence is Triple Chrome and Chris Amy. They match strides, and they're about 3 lengths in front of Private Connie, who's looking good on the far turn run from third. Then 5 or 6 back to Stavanger, who's up a spot, as Indian Springs is thrown it in reverse, and from the backfield coming on now here is Honorable Vow. 1 quarter to go, the quarter 23-1. Uncle Nick is still there up top with the Bug Boy. Uncle Nick off the turn, opening up by 3. Triple Chrome to the inside, still racing in second. Private Connie down the stand side from third. 1 furlong to go. Whip is out on Uncle Nick, and Uncle Nick is drifting well out into the center of the course, but doesn't matter. There's hardly anybody coming with a 16th to go. Uncle Nick, a bit of a erratic stretch run, but Uncle Nick will break the maiden at even money. Uncle Nick won by about 2.5 in the end. Private Connie was next, and a photograph for third, 1:12 and 3 the running time. Start for Uncle Nick, also quick.
Brewed with Valencia orange and coriander, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery. But then, you wouldn't be able to grab it. Sure, something so well crafted might belong in a frame, but then you wouldn't be able to drink it. So, we framed it with our signature glass instead. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race number 3, 11 minutes away as we head back to the turf course here at Ellis Park. This race, 1 mile the distance, and a nice allowance event ahead of us here. I thought a really competitive field of horses to start off a 50-cent pick 3 if you'd like to play along with that. And hopefully you're still alive in those tickets you played earlier, including the pick 4, which continues on here. I put the 1 on top, followed by the 3 and the 2, but honestly, you can make a case for a number of these horses. I also thought about the 4, who you can see both Jimmy and Jean Houston here, but the 1 horse, Candace O for Mark Cassidy. This is a horse coming off of a win right here at Ellis Park at the distance of a mile. That race was on the grass that day, showed a good bit of speed, and in fact, in some of her best races, she has had the lead before, so she's definitely a horse that prefers to be on the front end. I like the fact that she ran well after a freshening last race. Today, she should be even more fit than she was, if that's possible, in that last event, but I certainly think with her rail draw here today that complements her running style. She really should have things her way, and lots of great turf experience for her. She's won on the grass before. She's 2 for 4 at this particular distance, and also lots of good breeding as well. Her dam was a stakes placed horse in Canada, and she's a half to a horse named Opry, who's a grade 3 winner on the turf at Saratoga. So lots of grass breeding there with the 1 horse. So you get a nice 5-to-1 price on in the morning line. Now has gone down to 2-to-1. So maybe not the best price anymore. We'll talk about the 3 horse next, and that is Fair Game for Vicky Oliver. This is a horse who comes off of a 4th place effort. That was over the Yielding turf course at Ellis, so had a bit more moisture last time. Today she is going to get nice firm ground, and I think she'll probably appreciate that here. She's a horse that has had a couple of wins over good ground at Indiana, but much prefer the conditions here today for this one. She also comes out of that race right here at Ellis Park on July 17th with a nice workout at Keeneland. They brought her back and worked 4 furlongs in 48 and 4. So she seems like she's probably pretty sharp in this spot, and I think this field certainly complements her well. Her dam, in fact, was 3rd in the Ellis Park Audubon Oaks on turf years ago, Magical Theater. So she's got some nice breeding for Ellis Park within her bloodlines there. Rafael Bejarano gets back aboard, but I had a nice feeling about this filly, especially as she's getting a drop in class from a stakes race at Ellis Park back to the allowance levels. She just fits here for me, so I included her on there at about 3-to-1 right now. Looking at the 2, that is Jezebel's Kitten. She finished a very good second, had a ton of turn of foot there at the final stages. She's a horse who, yes, came off the pace last time, but I don't think that she needs to be locked into that kind of running style. She has had some speed in some of her races prior. She's a mare that's kept herself fit. I'm not too worried about the time she's had between races. This isn't a particularly taxing turf course, so says the trainer, Chris Davis. So she seems fit here. She's a 5-year-old mare. She hasn't had that much time between races. She certainly knows what her job is all about, and she's also done pretty well at this type of a race, this distance as well. You can see she's brought her race to a number of tracks, including those like Keeneland, Gulfstream Park. She's done well at Churchill Downs last time, so this is definitely a runner. And Daughter of Kitten's Joy started out at about 9-to-5 in the morning line, and you can see right now is 2-to-1, so floated up just a little bit, but she should have that pace to run at with the inside horse, Candace O, showing a lot of speed there. She also comes out of the 2 good workouts right here at Ellis Park, so she's got some nice local experience over the track, at least in the morning. Now the 4 horses, Sister Annie. This is one that finished 2nd last time at the allowance level on the main track at Ellis. She's actually tried to get the turf twice in her past 2 races, one at Churchill Downs and one at Ellis Park. Both those races taken off the grass, but she's still performed really well. She won 2 back at Churchill, where she was claimed out of the race by Chris Hartman, and then finished 2nd as the heavy favorite last time out. But she was in behind Extrema, who will make an appearance in a stakes race on Sunday right here at Ellis Park. I will say physically, Sister Annie looked great. She's covered in dapple. She's a horse that has a lot of speed. I did think that I noticed last time they ran her in a rubber ring bit, and they did switch to a metal ring bit here today. Not too big of a change for her, but just something to note for a horse that seems to like to be very aggressive on the front end, as she has been successful doing so in the past. So Sister Annie with Mitchell Merle and Chris Hartman. He rode this horse last time, got to know her a little bit more. She is definitely one that seems like maybe a need the lead type, as
again, her best races have come from that kind of running style. The very few races where she hasn't performed that well came from when she just never really got involved in the race or had a bad start to her. Do certainly like the way that she looked there. The 6 horse, bit of a long shot. This is one that's taking a step up in class here today and also going to both stretch out and switch back to the turf. But I did think that this horse looked tight and fit here in the paddock. 5-year-old daughter of English Channel, kind of on the lighter side. She also has some good stakes breeding. Her dam was stakes place on both dirt and turf, actually, in some of the tracks in Louisiana. So nice bloodlines there as well. Fair game, by the way, for Vicky Oliver. That horse, like I mentioned, dam was 3rd in the Audubon Oaks on the turf here at Ellis Park. So lots of good local experience for those 4 horses. And you can see all of us certainly liking those. Now, the jockey was up on the 1 horse, but looks like dismounted, and now it's getting the leg back up. So we will be ready to go here shortly for race number 3 at Ellis Park. Good luck.
The horses up on the track for the 3rd race from Ellis Park. 3rd race optional, claim an allowance for the girls to go a mile on a firm turf rail set outward to 24 feet. Now, field of 6 in here, win, play, show, exact to try, super daily double starts a pick 3. Post time is in just 4 minutes. Approaching the gate, less than a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the third race from Ellis. Fillies and mares to go a mile on the turf course. Southern Sky coming up. Southern Sky 22-1 English. At 24-1, the daughter of English Channel up to the outside. A field of 6 are at the post. And they are racing at Ellis. And it was a fast start for Sister Annie. Also, Candace O jumped well. These two will lead the charge into the first turn. Fair Game came away racing third as they take on the first turn down on the inside. Await racing in the fourth position. On heels there was Jezebel's Kitten. She's covered up to the outside by English and still 2 or 3 back to Southern Sky. Up top, it is Sister Annie with a little bit of trouble negotiating the turn, and she's really keen to go on with 5.5 furlongs to go. The quarter 24-2. Up the backside, Sister Annie shows the way. She's getting out and appears to be on the wrong lead up the backside, and she's in front by about 4. Candace O to the inside of English. They are second and third. Then a link for the back as they head up the backside. It is Fair Game, and still 2 or 3 back to the trailer. At the back of the pack is Southern Sky. 1/2 mile to go. The half mile, 48-4. Into the far turn. The leader, Sister Annie, she settled off and leveled off now. She shows the way a length and a half. Candace O within striking range from second. English is third up the inside. Fair Game starts to warm up as they race around the turn. Jezebel's Kitten right in the thick of things too. She needs some racing luck, and Southern Sky is still last. 1/4 mile to go, and they race towards the top of the home stretch, and Sister Annie confronted by Candace O, who's tightening it up to the outside. 3 wide, Jezebel's Kitten, she's loose and charging to the top of the home stretch. Candace O will have to brace for Jezebel's Kitten. Also, Fair Game is finishing with interest. 1/16 to go. Candace O is still there. Up from between horses, Fair Game is lunging. Fair Game at Candace O, and Candace O hangs on a length. Fair Game was second. Jezebel's Kitten third. And Southern Sky checked in fourth. Unofficially, winner number 1, Candace O. Second to 3, Fair Game. Third was number 2, Jezebel's Kitten. And finishing fourth, number 5, Southern Sky. 1-3-2-5 unofficial. Once again, unofficial order finish 1-3-2-5. Once again, unofficially 1, 3, 2, 5. Entering the Jeff Hall winners circle, number 1, here she is, Candace O, the unofficial winner. A 4-year-old bay daughter by declaration of war out of the Spikestown mare named the Voodoo You Do. The winner's owned by Jonathan I. Green and DJ Stable LLC, trained by Mark Cassie and Brian Hernandez Jr. The winning jockey, Candace O, covered the mile on firm turf, 137.17 seconds as she picks up the third lifetime victory. She's now a perfect 2 for 2 at the P-Patch, off at 9-5, unofficial. Third race official, 574, 304, 220 on the winner. $1 exact at 920, try 749, the double 738, pick 3 1374, dime super 1252. Up next, the fourth event. Race number 4 at Ellis Park, maiden 30 claimers to go 6 furlongs on the main A field of 7. Win, play, show, exact to try, super daily double pick 3, and the 50-cent pick 5. 50-cent pick 5 starts here in 22 minutes. A $56,630 carryover. As we have 21 minutes of the pick 5 Field of Dreams going on here in Henderson. And they are racing at Ellis. And it was a fast start for Sister Annie. Also, Candace O jumped well. These two will lead the charge into the first turn. Fair Game came away racing third as they take on the first turn down on the inside. Away racing in the fourth position. On heels there was Jezebel's Kitten. She's covered up to the outside by English and still 2 or 3 back to Southern Sky. Up top, it is Sister Annie with a little bit of trouble negotiating the turn, and she's really keen to go on with 5.5 furlongs to go. The quarter 24 and 2. Up the backside, Sister Annie shows the way. She's getting out and appears to be on the wrong lead up the backside, and she's in front by about 4. Candace O to the inside of English. They are second and third. Then a link for the back as they head up the backside. It is Fair Game, and still 2 or 3 back to the trailer. At the back of the pack is Southern Sky. 1/2 mile to go. The half mile, 48 and 4. Into the far turn. The leader, Sister Annie, she settled off and leveled off now. She shows the way a length and a half. Candace O within striking range from second. English is third up the inside. Fair Game starts to warm up as they race around the turn. Jezebel's Kitten right in the thick of things too. She needs some racing luck, and Southern Sky is still last. 1/4 mile to go, and they race towards the top of the home stretch, and Sister Annie confronted by Candace O, who's tightening it up to the outside. 3 wide, Jezebel's Kitten, she's loose and charging to the top of the home stretch. Candace O will have to brace for Jezebel's Kitten. Also, Fair Game is finishing with interest. 1/16 to go. Candace O is still there. Up from between horses, Fair Game is lunging. Fair Game at Candace O, and Candace O hangs on a length. Fair Game was second, Jezebel's Kitten third, and Southern Sky checked in fourth.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race number 4 here at Ellis Park, $30,000 maiden claiming race, 6 furlongs on that main track. This one for horses 3 years old and up. And this is the start of the 50-cent Pick 5. There is over $50,000 in that carryover for the Pick 5, so definitely a sequence that you'll want to be involved in. I went 4-6-5, but I will just update you real quick right before we came on the air. The 3 horse in here, Lisa's Guy for Wayne French, going to be scratched out of the race as this horse reared up and then toppled over there in the paddock just in the saddling process. He does seem like he is walking around just fine here in front of me right now, but just not a horse that we'll see break from the starting stalls here today. So do note that in your program. Right now that horse a long shot at 11-1, so not a contender here for this race. Now for my top pick, I went with the 4 Awesome Charge for Robertino Diodoro. Nice sharp works for this 4-year-old colt, coming off of a 1.5-year layoff. He's certainly one that has had quite the vacation, but he comes back into this race again with some really nice times locally here at Ellis Park. And also at Churchill Downs, too. It seems like they've really been preparing this horse for quite some time. And he's had quite a lot of time at Ellis. In fact, he had some recorded workouts here back in May of this year, so well before the meet had started. This is a horse who will get the blinkers on here today. I would imagine they're hoping to put a little bit more speed into him. He's just run some flat races in his 2 races that he's been in. He was claimed out of his debut from trainer Wayne Lucas by Robertino Diodoro. And he, again, is a horse that runs for a good barn. I mean, Robertino Diodoro, although he hasn't had a winner on the meet here, he's just run a couple of horses. He does win at 21% first off the claim and 23% with over 180 days for that layoff. You get the services of David Cohen, who rides excellently for this barn, so certainly have to consider the 4 horse there as a top contender. Now the 6 horse is Oro de Moro Moro. This one trained by Billy Morey. Also gets the blinkers on here. He's had just 1 start. It was at Ellis Park here going 6 furlongs. He finished 10th that day and really didn't do a lot of running. So again, kind of the same thought process here. I would imagine they're trying to get this horse to just be a little bit more focused in this spot. He does get the drop-in class, maiden special weight to maiden claiming, so this should be a softer position for him here today against this field of horses. He was in a little tight last time. He gets a rider change to Gerardo Corrales, who's winning at the meet at 22%. For the 6 horse there, you're getting a price of 8-5. Wow, quite a difference from the 6-1 morning line. A few others to mention. The 5 horse is Cat 5. This one for Greg Foley is going to make the debut here today. He is a 3-year-old son of Verrazano. Jimmy Graham going to be aboard for the ride. And this is a horse who's been training at Churchill Downs. Before that, he spent the wintertime training over at Fairgrounds, where the Foley Barn has quite a few horses. This is the first runner for the dam. And, you know, he's a colt. He's a Louisiana bred. He has had kind of some moderate work times at Churchill Downs, but certainly he's been working in a work pattern for a while. So definitely a horse that I think they've brought along kind of at his own pace. And he looks good here today. I will say physically he looks pretty fit. He's just taking a walk in front of me right now. He's got a great shoulder on him, some nice dapples as well. So a healthy looking horse in this spot. And if the 4 horse doesn't run off the layoff or the 6 horse isn't able to improve there after that well-beaten 10th place finish, this very well could be the horse that you may want to use. Now the 2 is Gem Dancer. That one trained by Keith DeSormo right now at 3-1 there on the screen. Started out maiden special weight at Lone Star on the turf, and then they switched him over to the main track. He was running still at Lone Star Park, and now obviously on the Kentucky circuit for Keith DeSormo. Beaten by double-digit odds in his 2 races. He gets the apprentice rider aboard today. A little bit of weight relief with the 5-pound bug. He comes out of some great breeding, though. I mean, this is a horse who, obviously, they're running on the main track here, the dirt surface, but he is out of a Grade 3 winning dam who was a champion 2-year-old in Canada, 7-time graded or stakes winner rather, who set a record at 5 furlongs at Woodbine. So, you know, for the sprinting, he certainly has some good pedigree there to back that up. He's also a half to Summer Sunday who made over $750,000 and was a champion sprinter in Canada, a Grade 2 winner on the turf and Grade 3 winner on the synthetic. But again, this race on the main track, although it is at the sprinting distance. So it certainly seems like pedigree-wise he fits in here, and wouldn't be surprised if he was showed up on the turf like he did his debut as well. Horses are headed out to the track for race number 4. Again, this is the start of that 50-cent Pick 5, over $50,000 in that carryover. Good luck.
the track for the fourth race. Again, late scratch just in. Number 3, Lisa's Guy has been scratched. Number 3, Lisa's Guy, scratched by the stewards on orders of the state vet. 6 left to go, 6 furlongs. This is a maiden 30 claimer. Win, play, show, exacta try, super daily, double pick 3 starts. That pick 5, again, carryover, free money in the pool, 56,000, and already almost 90,000 in new money in that pool. You have 5 minutes. less than a minute to field, approaching this starting gate. Less than a minute to wager on race 4, including the pick 5. Over $105,000 in new money in addition to the $56,000 carryover. Again, over $105,000 in new money in this pick 5 as they've reached the gate. They're starting to load. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in 8 to 5 on Awesome Charge, 9 to 5 on Oro de Moro Moro. Took a lot of action early on debut. Drifted up going off about 8.5 to 1, but 7 for 5 offering today. On the drop in class, Secret Edge, the big long shot, 34 to 1 to the outside. He's in. They're at the post. And the pick 5 is on at the P-Patch. Race 4 off and running. Jim Dancer with an alert beginning as expected up the inside. Ricky O will go with that one up to the outside. Oro de Moro Moro is third. Awesome Charge backs off that trio from fourth. Still 2.5 links back to Cat 5, who is second last. And Secret Edge is last of them all. Up the backside they go. Outside a half mile to go. And they're almost 3 across the course by the half mile stage. On the inside, Ricky O comes on through. Jim Dancer in the middle. And Oro de Moro Moro to the outside. Awesome Charges fourth. He's hard ridden to come to get this trio. And then it comes Secret Edge, and Cat 5 is at the back of the pack. The quarter was 22-2. The leader on the inside is Riccio. Oro de Moro Moro is the danger up to the outside. Jim Dancer is being hard ridden to hold third as they race towards the top of the home stretch. It looks like we're down to 2, and Riccio will cut to corner. Oro de Moro Moro full bore trying to press past these two, score off with a furlong to go. About 7 lengths back to Jim Dancer, an Awesome Charge outside the 16th pole, and Oro de Moro Moro trying to put away a pesky Riccio, and Oro de Moro Moro will. Oro de Moro Moro on the big drop in class. Wins by about a length in the end. Riccio was second, a half a dozen lengths back to Awesome Charge, who was third. And Cat 5 was fourth, 112 flat. And the judges posting the top 4 finishers. Winner number 6, Oro de Moro Moro. Second, number 1, Riccio. Third, the 4, Awesome Charge. Finishing fourth, number 5, Cat 5, 6145. Into the winner's circle. Unofficial winner number 6, Oro de Moro Moro. Getting in the winner's circle number 6, Oro de Moro Moro, a 3-0 dark bear brown gelded, son by Violence out of the unbridled song mare named Vicky Wins. The winner's owned by James Redicop and Stefan Ferrario. The winning trainer, Billy Mori. The winning jockey, Gerardo Corrales. Oro de Moro Moro breaks maiden on the drop-in class here. Cover the 6 panels, 112 flat. 6145, just stand by as undergoing a slight technical delay. Again, a slight delay here for the postings and dividends for race number 4. Again, a technical issue will force a slight delay for the payoffs and official postings for race 4. We're in a delay. Holding pattern. Stand by. And the pick 5 is on at the P-Patch. Race 4 off and running. Jim Dancer with an alert beginning as expected up the inside. Ricky O will go with that one up to the outside. Oro de Moro Moro is third. Awesome Charge backs off that trio from fourth. Still 2.5 lengths back to Cat 5, who is second last. And Secret Edge is last of them all. Up the backside they go. Outside a half mile to go. And they're almost 3 across the course by the half mile stage. On the inside, Ricky O comes on through. Jim Dancer in the middle. And Oro de Moro Moro to the outside. Awesome Charges fourth. He's hard ridden to come to get this trio. And then it comes Secret Edge, and Cat 5 is at the back of the pack. The quarter was 22-2. The leader on the inside is Riccio. Oro de Moro is the danger up to the outside. Jim Dancer is being hard ridden to hold third as they race towards the top of the home stretch. It looks like we're down to 2, and Riccio will cut to corner. Oro de Moro full board trying to press past these two, score off with a furlong to go. About 7 lengths back to Jim Dancer. An awesome charge outside the 16th pole, and Oro de Moro trying to put away a pesky Riccio, and Oro de Moro will. Oro de Moro on the big drop in class. Wins by about a length in the end. Riccio was second, a half a dozen lengths back to Awesome Charge, who was third, and Cat 5 was fourth, 112 flat.
Here in the Ellis Park paddock after a great last race to kick off that pick 5, joined by Sarah Hamilton, the trainer of Crack-a-Lacking, who runs Sunday in the stakes races that we have in the debutante. Now, this is a filly that you seem to like enough that she was actually nominated for the juvenile and the debutante. But tell me a little bit about this horse, who would be, fingers crossed, your first stakes winner if she's able to get it done.
She's a really lovely filly. I was really hoping our start at Churchill would be a little bit, luckier, I'd say. But I think she'll be sharp out of the gate this go round, and we're just going to give it a go. We've been entering for allowances. They haven't been going, and she needs to run. So we're game. We're in.
This is certainly a big spot for her. Her first race, she did really well on the front end. What's the tactic for you going in? Obviously, you have to play the break, but what do you think she prefers?
I do think she's able to sit off the pace as long as we get a good break, obviously, and then let her roll from the quarter pole. Let's hope.
And certainly you've been running horses here for the meet at Ellis Park and been doing pretty well with your barn. How has it been so far for you this summer?
Oh, it's been a really lovely meet. I love Ellis. I think it's really fun. It's a great spot. Horses love to train here, so I've had a great time.
Well, best of luck. Hopefully you'll get it done for your stakes winner on Sunday.
Appreciate it.
Guys?
The #1 second crop dirt sire of last year is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Henderson captures what's inside you. Nature and history are its backdrop. Always familiar, but never the same. So, what's your nature?
Race number 5 coming up next here at Ellis Park as we have a massive field assembled for this maiden special weight for the 2-year-old horses, sponsored by our friends at Run Happy. Do note that this race starts off not only the late pick 4, you can play that for a 50-cent minimum, but also the $3 all-turf pick 3, which paid massively last Sunday. I think it was somewhere around 20 grand or something, so something to play along with for sure for the new wager that we're offering here at Ellis Park. For this race, you could talk about a number of horses in here, and I'll try to touch on as many as possible in the time that we have left. But with the scratch of the 7, who I know was on top for a lot of people, myself included, definitely changed some things up. I had the 2, Thunderian, as my second choice for Brad Cox. This 2-year-old colt has had plenty of 5 furlong drills coming into this spot, so I certainly think he has the stamina that he'll need to debut here at the distance of 1 mile. Oftentimes, you see horses kind of debut at a shorter distance and then work their way up as they go throughout their racing career. But I do think that he not only physically looks like he'll fit this, but also, like I said, he's got a really good foundation, a couple of very fast times, some nice gate works that he's had. So well prepared there for the Brad Cox barn, which we're used to seeing, and this one a homebred for Godolphin. Now the 6 horse is Fortune for Brendan Walsh. Also not surprised to see this horse debut at the distance of 1 mile. He's a really tall, kind of lanky son of Empire Maker, so obviously you've got all that stamina there on the top side as well. But physically, he made a nice appearance here. He's bred and owned by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, trained by Brendan Walsh, who does well with the 2-year-old horses and first-time starters, wins at 15% of the time. Vincent Chaminade aboard for the ride here, who's been on a couple of very good horses, not only for Brendan Walsh, but also riding nicely for the Steve Asmussen barn as well. So I thought that Fortune made a really nice appearance in the paddock. And again, something you want to look at when you're talking about a lot of firsters. You're talking about horses that are searching for their first career victory. And this race, so tough, just really stacked with talent. Now, the 10 horse is Mr. Bingo for Ian Wilkes. Brian Hernandez will be aboard for the ride here today. This horse has had a debut, so you have a lot of first-time starters in here, but this is a horse who at least has had an out already. Although he didn't do too much running on debut, he finished a well-beaten 7th. He was sprinting, and he was on the main track surface. He is going to get a stretch out today to the distance of a mile, and he's also going to switch over to the turf course, which I really thought would help. Based off his form, it seems like maybe he just couldn't keep up with them on debut. Obviously, sometimes you kind of have an excuse there for the horse's first start, but I will say, looking at him physically, he's out of that freshman sire, Boltioro. I thought he was a kind of a leggy type, so I'm excited to see him go the longer distance. I think it's much more suited for him for his conformation. A few other horses to note here. I went very deep in my ticket for the pick 5 if you played along with me, but the 9 Bluff City for Wayne Catalano, covered in dapples here and coming off of a bullet workout. This is a horse who last time out had a start here at Ellis Park over the muddy racetrack, going 5.5 furlongs. Took some action that day, but going to stretch out here today. I think probably the best move for the son of Bernardini. Horses are headed out to the track for a very competitive maiden special weight, sponsored by Run Happy. Good luck.
Up on the track for the 5th race, start leg of the late pick 4. In the 5th race, scratch number 7, Cajun Blast. Scratch all the alsos, 11 through 14. A mile on the turf, sponsored by Run Happy. Win play show, exact to try Super Daily Double pick 3 starts at pick 4. And the $3 all turf pick 3 starts here in 6 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in here for the 5th race, sponsored by Run Happy. Loading in here, 2-year-olds to go a mile to kick off the all-turf pick 3 and the 50-cent pick 4. Crafty King being backed out. Scott Jordan coming back to assist. Loading of Crafty King. He's in. Fortune. And Godolphins. Then Darian. Sherlock's Jewel and hard to come by the next 2. Even money on Deer District. Deer District. Oscar Performance stretching out to the mile now 6-5. Well beaten on debut at 25-1, but 6-5 upon load now on turf debut. And Mr. Bingo. Should appreciate the stretch out in turf here. We'll load up to the outside 7-1. They are at the post. And they are racing. Rocket start for Bluff City. Also, Thunderian jumped well and from between horses as they head into the opening turn. Deer District really keen to go on. So into the first turn, crossing and clearing, Bluff City shows the way. Deer District to the outside in second. To the inside, Sherlock's Jewel hard held from third as they work into the opening turn. Up into fourth comes Hard to Come By. In between horses, Crafty King is next. Then link for the back down on the inside. Thunderian is next as they turn up the backside. Fortune is second last, and Traffic Master is at the back of the pack. The quarter, wow, 26-2. So slow fractions being set by Bluff City, who shows them up the backside, a length and a half to the good. Deer District tracks him from second. Up to the outside, Hard to Come By third. Sherlock's Jewel locked in tight from fourth. In the center track, Mr. Bingo is fifth within striking range to the inside. Crafty King is next. Still 2 or 3 links back to Thunderian, and also right alongside Fortune, and still at the back of the pack, Traffic Master is last, but he's on the move. Wide now, 3.5 furlongs to go. Half mile 52 and 4. Bluff City paving the pea patch path by a length. Deer District still tracking from second. Mr. Bingo cut loose to the outside. He comes with those giant strides from third. Hard to Come By is next, and Sherlock's Jewel has about 6 links to make up outside the quarter pole. And Bluff City was left alone up top, but now Deer District is on the attack to the outside. Here comes the big white blaze of Deer District. Calling for the lead to the top at home stretch. Deer District and Bluff City still fighting on. Laying in is Hard to Come By. They're in the deep stretch with just outside of 16th to go. And the son of Oscar Performance, Deer District will have to hold a late charge of Hard to Come By, who is flying, and Hard to Come By in Deer District in a photo. Noses up and down on the wire at a camera close-up in 140 and 1. Tight photo finish in the 5th. I think Deer District on the inside had the better of the bobs, but the judges have hung the photo sign. Deer District to the inside, Hard to Come By to the outside, 4 and 8 in a photo, 7-5 or 8-1. Hold them all. And number 4, Deer District did hang on to win. Second, the 8, Hard to Come By. Third, number 9, Bluff City. Fourth goes 3, Sherlock's Jewel. 4-8-9-3. 4-8-9-3. Run Happy slow-mo replay up on the screen. You see Deer District in the yellow cloth, the chestnut with the big white blaze, and late on the scene, pink cap, shadow roll to the outside. Here comes the 8, 4 to the inside, 8 to the outside. Matching strides to the wire, and that tight photo finish. Race 5 sponsored by Run Happy, and that Run Happy replay. Here's the wire. As they slow it down for you. And the judges posting the 4, Deer District as the race winner. Again, second, the 8, Hard to Come By. Third, the 9, Bluff City. And fourth, the 3, Sherlock's Jewel. 4-8-9-3. In the winner's circle, number 4, Deer District, a 2-year-old chestnut colt by Oscar Performance out of the Fusaichi Pegasus mare named Eagle Sound. The winner's owned by Baxter Farm LLC, trained by Dale Romans and Martin Garcia, the winning jockey. Deer District breaks maiden start number 2. Stretching out to the mile on turf, 140.31 seconds. $4.90, $3.22 on the winner. Pick 3, $32.54. Dime Super, $233.31. The $1 Exacta, 4 and 8, $30.14. Trifecta, $126.73. The double, $12.06. Pick 3, $9.56. Up next, the 6th race in 21 minutes, sponsored by Run Happy. Your final chance to bet at pick 3. Number 1, Been Dreaming. Change of jockey to Chris Landeros. And they are racing. Rocket start for Bluff City. Also, Thunderian jumped well and from between horses as they head into the opening turn. Deer District really keen to go on. So into the first turn, crossing and clearing, Bluff City shows the way. Deer District to the outside in second. To the inside, Sherlock's Jewel hard held from third as they work into the opening turn. Up into fourth comes Hard to Come By. In between horses, Crafty King is next. The link for the back down on the inside. Thunderian is next as they turn up the backside. Fortune is second last, and Traffic Master is at the back of the pack. The quarter, wow, 26-2. So slow fractions being set by Bluff City, who shows them up the backside, a length and a half to the good. Deer District tracks him from second. Up to the outside, Hard to Come By third. Sherlock's Jewel locked in tight from fourth. In the center track, Mr. Bingo is fifth within striking range to the inside. Crafty King is next. Still 2 or 3 links back to Thunderian, and also right alongside Fortune, and still at the back of the pack, Traffic Master is last, but he's on the move. Wide now, 3.5 furlongs to go. Half mile 52. And 4, Bluff City paving the Pea Patch path by a length. length. Deer District still tracking from second. Mr. Bingo cut loose to the outside. He comes with those giant strides from third. Hard to come by is next, and Sherlock's Jewel has about 6 lengths to make up outside the quarter pole. And Bluff City was left alone up top, but now Deer District is on the attack to the outside. Here comes the big white blaze of Deer District. Calling for the lead to the top at home stretch. Deer District and Bluff City still fighting on. Laying in is hard to come by. They're in the deep stretch with just outside of 16th to go. And the son of Oscar Performance, Deer District, will have to hold a late charge of hard to come by, who is flying, and hard to come by in Deer District in a photo. Noses up and down on the wire at a camera close up in 140 and 1.
Turn your love of racing into savings with equine discounts through the NTRA. Purchase through equine discounts and receive great savings on well-known brands like John Deere, Sherwin-Williams, Big Ass Fans, Farmers Insurance, and Office Depot. Join thousands of other equine members and support companies that give back to the sport we all love. Call 866-678-4289 or visit equinediscounts.com to start saving today.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race number 6 coming up here at Ellis Park, just 11 minutes away, as we have another 2-year-old race here, 5.5 furlongs the distance on that main track. And as you can see, no scratches here to report in the body of this race. Certainly an awesome performance for that last one, a tight photo finish, but we'll see how the rest of the finishes go here today. Hopefully you're still alive in that pick 5, the all-turf pick 3, or of course the late pick 4, which started in race number 5. This race does kick off a 50-cent pick 3. If you'd like to play along with that, of course, you can play the double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering, as well as win, place, and show. For these 2-year-olds here, I went to the 4-horse Mirage as my top selection for Steve Asmussen. Brian Hernandez Jr. back aboard on this one. I thought this 2-year-old colt on debut, even before the race, looked fantastic. He had a nice athletic look to him. He had a big scopy walk with a big reach on him, and he looks great in the paddock here as well. In fact, I would even say a little bit more fit than when I saw him last time, just a little tighter, as obviously he's had that race back on July 8th and a couple of workouts, in fact, since that start. Finished second on debut by just half a length after braking well, showing some speed, and he finished just behind Eli's Promise, who will show up in a stakes race on Sunday here at Ellis Park. So certainly he finished behind some very good competition, and he's just going to get a touch more distance to the 5.5 to work with today. But he obviously proved himself sprinting there on the main track here at Ellis. So certainly like what I'm seeing here for the 2-year-old son of Army Mule, of course, that freshman sire for this year. Now the 8-horse, that one is Last Cookie for Brad Cox. This one is a homebred for Godolphin, a 2-year-old son of Bernardini with Joe Talamo in the irons. Very, very good breeding on this horse. He's also been training locally here at Ellis Park, coming off of a nice 5-furlong stamina building drill. Before that, he ran a nice 4 furlongs in 47-2. That was from the gate, a nice handiwork for him there. So I thought the workout report for this horse certainly looked good with the pattern, with the times. His dam, Fast Cookie, made over, I believe, $500,000 and won the Grade 2 Cotillion. This horse is a half to Frosted, who made $3 million, a 5-time graded stakes winner, including 3 Grade 1s, and a full sibling to Indulgent, who's a graded stakes winner at Aqueduct. So some very nice breeding there for the 8-horse Last Cookie. And of course, Brad Cox with young horses. With 2-year-olds, he wins at 26% of the time. First-time starters, 19%. So you've got all the credentials in the world for this horse to be able to do well here today. Now, the 3 is Stud Lovin'. I put this one on as my third choice, and I will say this is certainly a big-bodied type. He's a son of Nyquist. He has a lot of leg to him as compared to maybe some of the others in here, which are maybe more of a sprinting body type, especially the 8-horse, kind of a smaller body type on that horse. But Stud Lovin' for Mike Maker comes out of a very fast 5-furlong workout in 59-3. That was a breeze from the gate at the Churchill Downs Training Center on August 3rd, and he's had a bullet workout before that, a few very fast times. So it seems like this horse is quite precocious in the mornings leading up to this spot. He was purchased out of the OBS sale for $220,000. So clearly a horse that showed from the beginning, both at the sale and in the mornings, preparing for this first start here, that he might have quite a bit of speed and quite a bit of talent to him. And I'm looking forward to seeing this horse in this spot here. He gets Raylu Gutierrez in the irons. Mike Maker with 2-year-olds wins at about 16%. First-time starters about 11%. So kind of a lukewarm number there. But again, it does seem like this is a precocious son of Nyquist. So for the 2-year-old races, when you have a lot of the first-time starters that are just kind of getting the hang of things, maybe that's something that you want to look for. And a horse that certainly looks well composed here in the paddock. He hasn't turned a hair since they put the saddle on him, and I think he's pretty well muscled at that. He's just maybe even still has some growing to do, as he still can grow, I think, into his hind end a little bit more. Other horses to look at in this spot, you've got the 6th Birthday Munnings, this one for Brennan Walsh, who gets Martin Garcia aboard here for the ride. Going to make the debut. He's been training locally here at Ellis Park, before that at Keeneland. He wears the shadow role here today, but he's got some nice action to him. Certainly seems like a horse as he walks around and gets his final preparations. He's very intentional with where he puts his feet. He has some good energy to him as well, just kind of looking around, but a fit type of a horse. He looks like they've had enough to do with him in the mornings, and I think he's nicely tucked up. He seems like an athletic type. So not a horse that I originally used in my selections, but definitely one that makes a nice appearance here in the paddock. Brian Lynch with a couple of horses, including Blame the Good Times, the 7,
who gets Giovanni Franco aboard. Some nice long stamina building drills for this one as well, with a few 5 furlong works coming into this spot. And also the 9 Hardy Choice, who gets Jimmy Graham aboard. And he's been working local, or at Churchill Downs rather, comes in with a few nice 5 furlong drills as well. Brian Lynch with a good percentage, not only here at Ellis Park for the meet, winning at 27%, but with 2-year-olds, he does very nicely too. So certainly think both those horses look well turned out as they're going around here in the paddock. I would say probably the 9 horse gets my attention, maybe a little bit more than the 7 horse, but both look good as we're accustomed to seeing with Brian Lynch, especially with the horses that he's brought over this summer. Does look like the horses are headed to the track for race number 6, a Run Happy maiden special weight. Good luck.
The horses on the track for race number 6 at Ellis Park, sponsored by Run Happy, maiden 2-year-old special weight per $60,000 to go 5.5 furlongs. Field of 9 in here. Jockey change for the 1, Been Dreaming, make it Chris Landeros. Field of 9, Win Play Show, Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double starts the final pick 3 of this Friday card. Post time in 5 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Race 6 sponsored by Run Happy. 2-year-old maidens to go 5.5 for a purse of $60,000. Field of 9. Loading in here, Barry's Music. Firster for Barry Golden and Chris Davis. Jose Lopez has the call. Stud Lovin' and Birthday Money's the next two. Stud Lovin' debuting son of Nyquist with a eye-catching work pattern at the Spectrum. Mirage and Last Cookie, the next two. Just waiting on Susan and Jim Hill's Hearty Choice to the outside with James Graham, 1 of 2 in here for Brian Lynch. The other being Blame the Good Times. Hearty Choice to the outside of son of Hard Spun. Completes the load. They're at the post. And they are racing. Mirage with an alert beginning. Also quick into stride. Down the inside, Hard Hustle. There goes Stud Lovin'. Up to the outside to make it 3 across the course is Birthday Munnings. Blame the Good Times. We'll track him from 4th. Up the inside, Memphis Pharaoh is advancing to the inside. Hearty Choice to the outside, still 2. Back to Barry's Music in 4. Back to Ben Dreaming. And at the back of the pack, Last Cookie is last of them all. 12 lengths from top to bottom. The quarter 23 seconds flat. Through from the inside, Stud Lovin' shows the way. Up to the outside, Birthday Munnings. In between horses, Mirage is still boxing on as they race around the turn. Memphis Pharaoh is up into 4th, just outside the quarter-mile pole. And it is Stud Lovin'. Stud Lovin', the son of Nyquist, with a quick turn of foot, shows the way by 4. Up into 2nd to the extreme outside. It's Birthday Munnings. Way out wide is Memphis Pharaoh. They're inside the final furlong. And Stud Lovin' is strutting his stuff with a 16th to go. Stud Lovin' just crushes him here. Stud Lovin', the son of Nyquist, punched home, and he won by about 7 in the end. Mirage was second. A 3-way pitcher for 3rd, involving a late charging Ben Dreaming, Memphis Pharaoh, and Birthday Munnings. Running time for Stud Lovin', 104 and 1. The judges posting the unofficial winner, number 3, Stud Lovin'. Second, number 4, Mirage. There's a photo for 3rd, 3-4 photo. Running time 104.30. Result of the photo. Number 1, Ben Dreaming was 3rd. And 4th, number 5, Memphis Pharaoh, 3415. Entering the winner's circle. Sixth race winner sponsored by Run Happy is number 3, Stud Lovin'. Impressive debut performance here for this 2-year-old bay colt by Nyquist out of the Birdstone mare named Livin' Lovin'. The winner's owned in partnership by Paradise Farms Corp., David Stodacre, Angelo Carlissimo, Below the Rim Stables, and Gata Racing Stable, and others. The winning trainer, Mike Maker, and the winning jockey, Raylu Gutierrez. Stud Lovin' crushes them on debut by 7 3/4 lengths at 5-2 odds. Returns $7.16, $4.74, $3.74 for the show money. Dime Super $82.99. The winning exacta $9.83. The try $51.91. The double $9.07. Pick 348.10. Up next, race number 7. The final chance to wager on a daily double for this Friday afternoon card from Ellis. In race 7, jockey change on the 1A Kennesaw, who draws in off the also. Make it Colby Hernandez. Scratch 3, 5, 11, and 12. Race number 7 in 20 minutes. Good luck. And they are racing. Mirage with an alert beginning, also quick into stride. Down the inside, hard hustle. There goes Stud Lovin'. Up to the outside to make it 3 across the course is Birthday Munnings. Blame the good times. We'll track him from 4th. Up the inside, Memphis Pharaoh is advancing to the inside. Hardy Choice to the outside, still 2. Back to Barry's Music in 4. Back to Ben Dreaming. And at the back of the pack, Last Cookie is last of them all. 12 lengths from top to bottom, the quarter 23 seconds flat. Through from the inside, Stud Lovin' shows the way. Up to the outside, Birthday Munnings. In between horses, Mirage is still boxing on as they race around the turn. Memphis Pharaoh is up into 4th, just outside the quarter-mile pole. And it is Stud Lovin'. Stud Lovin', the son of Nyquist, with a quick turn of foot, shows the way by 4. Up into 2nd to the extreme outside, it's Birthday Munnings. Way out wide is Memphis Pharaoh. They're inside the final furlong. And Stud Lovin' is strutting his stuff with a 16th to go. Stud Lovin' just crushes him here. Stud Lovin', the son of Nyquist, punched home, and he won by about 7 in the end. Mirage was second, a 3-way pitcher for 3rd, involving a late charging Ben Dreaming, Memphis Pharaoh, and Birthday Munnings. Running time for Stud Lovin', 104.
Spires and register with code GET200 to start earning your new player bonus of up to $200. Watch and bet on some of the world's best racing and check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Carefully crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery, but it looks best in our signature glass. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
It's so cold!
Down here in the paddock with Corey Lannery, one of the top jockeys here at Ellis Park year after year, a familiar face on the Kentucky circuit. And of course, he's got a couple of mounts on Sunday in the big races. We'll talk about 3 of those horses here, Corey, starting with your mount in the juvenile, Frosted Departure. This is a horse that won last time very nicely. Tell me about your impression of that horse during the race.
Yeah, he racing experience, and coming off, Kenny runs a lot of them on the turf over here and goes back to the dirt. So I don't think it'll be a problem. I just think he wanted to get some experience in him and a little more foundation. So should be ready to go.
And this is a horse that you've been on in the morning. How was that one cover the ground over on the dirt?
Worked really good. I worked out and worked them all last Monday morning, and I was impressed with all of them. They worked exceptionally well.
Certainly, Kenny put you on some good horses, and that does include Gunning as well. This is a horse, again, you've been on in the morning. You won by 5 lengths from off the pace last time, and it just seems like this is a really responsive type of a horse. Would you agree with that? And what kind of ride do you think that this one needs?
I think so. I'm just going to ride her where I find her, see how we break, and go from there. When she won, she went off and drew off pretty easy. I think me and the second place horse was quite a bit in front of the rest of them. So it's pretty impressive, and I hadn't been on her since then till the other day when I worked her, and she worked great.
Certainly a lot of great horses, many from the Kenny McPeak barn. What can you say about the relationship that the two you have here on the Kentucky circuit, especially here at Ellis Park?
It's good. It's a good relationship. We believe in each other and trust in each other, and we have some success. So as long as we keep doing that, I think it'll be all right.
Hopefully we'll see much more of that on Sunday. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Corey Lannery, Sunday for the racing here at Ellis. Race number 7 coming up next here at Ellis Park as we go 5.5 furlongs on the grass, listed as firm here today. A nice allowance event ahead of us here, and no scratches to report. A favorite on the outside with the 10 horse currently at 9-5. Top picks for me, I did go with the 8 and the 7 as my top pick, so I didn't have that 10 horse on top. In fact, the only one of the handicappers there between myself, Jimmy McNerney, and Gene McLean that included the 10 horse was Gene towards the outside. So we'll get to that one in just a minute, but I'll talk first about my top selection and the top selection of track announcer Jimmy McNerney, and that's Hunter John for John Ortiz, who had a really nice performance last time. He's a 3-year-old colt son of McLean's Music who ran here at Ellis Park 5.5 furlongs on the grass. It was maiden special weight, so he's going to run first time versus winners here today. But he ran against some very nice horses, including True Jedi, who came back to win its next start right here at Ellis Park. The fact that this horse ran well fresh after the layoff doesn't surprise me. John Ortiz has said time and time again that he's here to try to win the title at Ellis Park. So each and every one of these horses that he's bringing, for the most part, are horses that are fit and ready to go. And that's exactly what we saw from Hunter John. In fact, since that win back on July 22nd, this horse has actually worked at Ellis Park 4 furlongs in 48-2 with a nice breeze that day. So in fact, he followed up that performance with a good drill in the morning. He looks fit in the paddock. He's a horse that is making his 7th career start here today, and he looks good as far as his demeanor goes, as far as his physical fitness goes. So Hunter John, for me, has to go on top with Raylu Gutierrez, who was aboard last time for that victory, and hoping he can improve and repeat that performance, rather. The 7 horse is My Crazy Neighbor, this one for Ian Wilkes. This is a colt sired by Intimishu, who's going to try the turf for the very first time. He's had 4 races, each of those on the main track at Gulfstream Park, Churchill, Ellis Park as well. His best effort was when he won on debut with Corey Lannery at Gulfstream Park. And then last time as well, he finished an okay 4th here at Ellis Park. But switching over to the grass here today, Ian Wilkes wins at 17% first on the turf and 18% moving from dirt to turf. I will say also, although he is sired by Into Mischief, who has winners across the board, but I think we typically see a lot on the dirt surface. This is a horse that has been training over the synthetic over at the Skylight Training Center. So again, sometimes that transition to the turf course can be a little bit easier with horses that have been either racing or training on the synthetic. And maybe this is something that Ian saw on that surface and thought the horse might improve off the turf. Certainly, it's a horse that they believe should be kept at the sprinting distance, as he does stay at the 5.5. Just going to try something new here today and try to get this horse back in good form. But the 3-year-old colt typically has sat off the pace and taken a bit of a breath in his races and been able to close. At least that's what he did on debut, and he did sit off the pace nicely last time as well. But I thought My Crazy Neighbor might really be able to take to the grass here at Ellis. Put in a nice warm-up last time under Corey Lannery. He was a horse who got into the race a little bit more than some of his prior efforts. So watch this one when they are warming up and see what his energy level is like. As far as here in the paddock, he's pretty much stayed in the stalls, so I haven't gotten too much of a look at him, but definitely a horse that I'll watch as they're preparing and going to the gate here for race 7. The 2 horse is Switzer for Ron Moquette, who is getting a drop in class from a stakes race over at Canterbury. Also a horse that's cutting back in distance. It seems like they tried him at the distance of a mile last time, and he didn't run any well. I don't know if that was because of the company that he was in a stakes race, or just the matter of the distance and a different track, but he had a tough start to him. He was shuffled back at the start. And he's a horse that I think needs to be involved, at least sitting just kind of off of him, maybe mid-pack, just off the leaders there. So obviously that start didn't help him out with as far as his running style was concerned. I will say here in the paddock, he's a little bit washy on both his shoulder, between his legs. He's not necessarily on his toes or acting up at all, but it's not that hot here today. We've got a nice cool breeze. In fact, it's been picture perfect weather all day. So I don't know if that's normal for the horse or not. It hasn't been in his running lines at all, but something to note if you're interested in the 2 horse there, who will now who breaks closer to the inside. We'll talk about the 10 horse quickly. That one for Wesley Hawley, that's Stellar Tap, who gets Corey Lannery aboard, who we just heard from about some of his contenders for Sunday's racing. This horse finished 3rd last time with Corey Lannery in the irons, had a little bit of a bump start for him. That was a race at Ellis Park over the 7 furlongs on the main track. This is a horse who's going to switch over to the turf here today. He's not tried it before, I believe, ever in his career, but this is a $250,000 purchase from the Keeneland sale, a son of Tappet. He's got Medaglia d'Oro on the bottom side, so he seems to be a well-bred type. It's just a matter of kind of finding what he wants to do. I do think that as far as the distance is concerned, he's obviously been pretty good at 7 furlongs. He even had a nice effort at a 1 1/16 back at Fairgrounds, but I'd much prefer him at a 7 furlong or maybe even below. They're going to try something different for him today and hope that he can improve his form as he switches over to the green. Looks like horses are headed out to the track. 5 minutes to go till Ellis Park. Good luck.
On the track for the 7th race. Allowance event to go 5.5 on a firm turf. The turf rail set outward at 24 feet. The 1-8 draws in Kennesaw, change the jockey to Colby, scratch the 5 and scratch all the alsos. Win, play, show, exact to try. Super Daily Double in 4 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Race 7 loading in. Starting leg of the late double. 2-1 on Hunter John. Broke the maiden here last start. Equipment adjustment going on with Switzer. Appears they're adjusting the throat latch there on the Switzer. That's fixed. Now he's coming forward. Hunter John. 2.5-1 favorite loading in of the moment. And 23-1 Spin Benjamin's the next two. Three left to load. Kennesaw drawing in off the also with Colby going up. Here's the gray. Stellar Tap taking some late money down to 3-1. Field for race 7 at the post. And they are racing. Hunter John with an alert beginning sends on out for the lead. Twirling Roses and Kennesaw forwardly placed up the inside. Switzer is coming through down along the inner rail. Of the moment, stuck in between horses there. Just got shuffled back a couple of spots, and then it is My Crazy Neighbor. And Spins Benjamins is at the back of the pack outside 3.5 furlongs to go. Bunched up field here, 7 lengths top to bottom. They blitz into the far turn. Hunter John through a quarter, 22-1, shows the way. Up on the extreme outside, Kennesaw is right there as well as they race around the turn with 5/16 of a mile to go. It is Spin Benjamins, the 1-2 run down up to the outside. Twirling Roses as they race around the turn to the top of the home stretch, trying to sneak through his Switzer, but it's still Hunter John who shows the way. Hunter John off the turn in front by a length. Up on the extreme outside, here comes Mumayaz. Kennesaw boxing on right there. Twirling Roses outside of 16 to go. Mumayaz is upset-minded to the outside of Hunter John. Hunter John reaching for the line. Mumayaz to the outside. Hunter John from flag fall. That's all wins 3 parts of a length. Mumayaz was second. Switzer was third. And then Twirling Roses checked in fourth, 103. Flat. Judges posting the unofficial order of finish. Winner number 8, Hunter John. Second to 6, Mumayaz. Third, the 2, Switzer. And fourth, number 1, Twirling Roses. 8-6-2-1. Objection into the running of the 7th race. The jockey board number 4 of the moment, Jose Lopez, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 1, Twirling Roses, alleging interference about the 8th pole. Once again, the jockey of the 4 of the moment, Jose Lopez, has lodged a claim of foul against number 1, Twirling Roses, again alleging interference in the stretch. Objection in progress. Entering the winner's circle, number 800 John, a 3-year-old dark bay brown colt by McLean's Music out of the Tail of the Cat mare named Watercolors. The winner owned by Barbara Lundbeck and John Haynes, trained by Gianni Ortiz and Raylu Gutierrez with his second straight win here. Hunter John, 2 for 2 at Ellis. Home winner 103 flat. 8621 unofficial. Again, objection in progress. The rider of the 4 of the moment claiming foul against the 1 Twirling Roses in the stretch. No change. 8621 will stand no change. Price is up, $5.50, $3.84, $3.18 on the winner. Dime Super, $43.11. The $1 try, $105.41, 50-cent variety, $52.71, exacta $21.17. The double, $12.93, pick 330, $106. Up next, the 8th and final in 21 minutes, 8th and final race. Sponsored by Run Happy, scratch 5, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16. Jockey changed into 13, Get Through, who draws in to Joe Talamo. Be aware that the 2, 6, 10, 2, 6, 7, 10. 2, 6, 7, 10. All those are first-time geldings. Out for the lead. Twirling Roses and Kennesaw forwardly placed up the inside. Switzer is coming through down along the inner rail. Of the moment, stuck in between horses there. Just got shuffled back a couple of spots, and then it is My Crazy Neighbor. And Spins Benjamins is at the back of the pack outside 3.5 furlongs to go. Bunched up field here, 7 lengths top to bottom. They blitz into the far turn. Hunter John through a quarter, 22-1 shows the way. Up on the extreme outside, Kennesaw is right there as well as they race around the turn with 5/16 of a mile to go. go. It is Spin Benjamins, the 1-2 rundown up to the outside, Twirling Roses as they race around the turn to the top of the home stretch, trying to sneak through his Switzer, but it's still Hunter John who shows the way. Hunter John off the turn in front by a length. Up on the extreme outside, here comes Mumayaz. Kennesaw boxing on right there, Twirling Roses outside of 16th to go. Mumayaz is upset-minded to the outside of Hunter John. Hunter John reaching for the line. Mumayaz to the outside. Hunter John from flag photo. That's all. Wins 3 parts of the link. Mumayaz was second. Switzer was third. And then Twirling Roses checked in fourth, 103. Flat.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds are #1.
We never could compete with New York and Florida and all those tracks.
We needed a boost, and HHR has given us that boost.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
We really have an opportunity to create new jobs and new tax revenue for the state on a year-round basis.
This is just the beginning. I don't think anybody has any idea how good it's going to get.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
Joined by Johnny Ortiz here in the paddock in preparation for Sunday's big races, of course. Johnny, you're still, I guess, back on top as the leading trainer here at Ellis Park. You've had quite the meet. Just tell me about how it's gone for you and how excited you are to be here this summer.
Well, you know, first of all, I'm always excited to be in at Ellis. You know, we usually run horses here every summer, never focus on it. We just ship in to win. And this year we decided having a nice amount of horses in our barn. As the barn keeps growing, I said, let's focus here. And that's all we did. We're just prepared, we're focused, and it's a little fun going back and forth with Steve Asmussen. So I can't say, you know, I like that.
Hall of Famer, tough competition there. Of course, you've got a couple of horses coming up on Sunday. In the debutante, you've got Just a Warrior. This one was huge first time out. I know a lot of buzz around this horse. What was your impression of her in that race?
The race itself was pretty impressive. I really thought that she's talented, and she's been impressive since she came into our barn, just by looking at her. And she's got a little sass, and I like a filly with a little sass, you know. So it showed up. She showed up that afternoon, and impressive. And I think she came out of that race in really good shape, and she's been trying to put in some good works in the mornings. So I'm really excited. I think she's like at 300% now.
Wow, 300%. I like it. All right. And then, of course, coming up later in the group, Del, you've got Grayson's Macho Gal. Now, this is a horse that finished second, but a really, really good second to Jilted Bride, who's also in that field. I mean, what do you think of her chances there? Do you like her a little bit more than maybe her odds reflect?
Well, absolutely. You know, actually, I've been pointing her to this race since last year. We stopped on her, I think, in November. We had to do a little ankle cleanup, and just she's been training since she's a 2-year-old. So I said, perfect time to just kind of give her a little rehab and rest her. And she's been training so well throughout the year that when we decided to start her, I said, let's skip all the allowance races and let's put her in the stakes race in Iowa. And she almost won it. And, you know, but, you know, coming off almost, you know, a half a year layoff, 8 months off or something. So she's been impressive.
Well, certainly good luck to you on Sunday. You are laser focused here at Ellis Park this summer.
Thank you.
Eighth and final here at Ellis Park as we have another Run Happy maiden special weight race. This one for horses 3 years old and up as we head back to the grass. A route race to close out the day here and what has been a fantastic card of racing at Ellis Park. Don't forget, tomorrow we will not have live racing here, but we'll be open, of course, for simulcasting as the races will move to Churchill Downs for a big day. Part of that Bluegrass Pick 6 with 3 stakes races at Churchill Downs, 3 stakes races included in that wager on Sunday here at Ellis Park when racing does return for our big day on Sunday. A couple of the connections that we've spoken to today, of course, with some of their horses, but you'll see big names, you'll see big action here. So it's definitely a day to follow along with as you are joining us from either the simulcast or on track. I'll be on track at Churchill Downs tomorrow to give you my thoughts there in the morning for the Bluegrass Pick 6. So be sure to tune in for that as well. But first, we got to get through race number 8 here at Ellis Park, a mile and a 16th on the grass. This one, of course, horses looking for their very first career victory. I went to the 9 on top, and that one is Levity for Vicky Oliver. And this is a horse who was 12-1 in the morning line. We're actually seeing half of that here at 6-1. You can see Jimmy McNerney also had this horse as his second selection, but I thought that this 3-year-old gelding would really appreciate the extra distance here today and also really appreciate the grass. I had on my paddock notes from last time, this is a horse that had a gorgeous walk, was really scopy, seemed to be fit, didn't really do as much running as I would have hoped on debut for Vicky Oliver. Finished 6th, beaten by about 9 lengths that day. But again, I just think he's going to really relish the distance today. He looks even better than he did last time, and he looks pretty healthy then as well. So I'm excited to see this one. And I thought for a price, you know, this is a horse that at 12-1, and even still now, as you're seeing 7-1, deserved a look in here. Out of a very talented dam and Frivolous, who made, I think, over $750,000. Was a graded stakes winner. Won grade 2 at Churchill Downs, 2 of them, in fact, in the Fleur-de-Lis and the Fall City. And this horse is a half to a sibling that was 3rd in the 8 Bells at Churchill. So you've got that kind of longer distance racing in the pedigree for Levity. Although those races on the main track, I certainly think that this horse with Candy Ride on the top has some good pedigree for the grass as well. Now, another one I'll talk about in here is the one that's Silver Blur for Brett Calhoun. Showed some speed last time and finished 2nd by a head. I think it was very, very helpful for this colt to draw the rail last time. He gets that again today. He broke well. He showed that speed. He was competitive. This is a horse that had a lot of energy last time here in the paddock. He was unfortunately disqualified in that last race and placed 3rd, but still it was a big improvement in his form here at Ellis Park, and I think he might be able to do that again here today. This is a horse they've obviously tried to get on the grass a couple of times. He's had 2 races taken off of the grass, so he has been a touch unlucky, but he's got some good grass synthetic form in his pedigree as well. His dam was a multiple graded stakes winner, made $1 million, 2-time winner of the Masters at Presque Isle Downs over the synthetic, and also at Golden Gate at a mile. So, you know, that synthetic form, the turf form here, I think that lends itself nicely. And this horse physically, just looking at it here in the paddock, I thought looked like it might certainly appreciate the grass surface today. The 2 Blue Devil for Jeff Hiles, running as a gelding for the very first time, coming off of a bullet workout at High Point, 5 furlongs in 103. Not a huge time compared to some of the other 5 furlong works that we see, but definitely a horse that's taken some attention here. And I will just mention the 6 horse is a massive 3-year-old son of Hardspun, who runs as a gelding for the first time as well. And although I did not use this horse in my selections originally, I will say had a good look for a long shot if you're looking to include there with the a show bet or maybe in your superfecta as well. Race number 8, a competitive Run Happy maiden special weight ahead of us here at Ellis Park to close out the Friday card.
On the track for the 8th and final, sponsored by Run Happy. Scratch 5, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16. 13 draws in. Change of jockey to Joe Talamo. Win, play, show, exact to try, superfecta wagering, post time in 7 minutes. Four minutes now. 4 minutes for the 8th and final. 4 minutes. The horses crossing over to the turf course here for the 8th and final, sponsored by Run Happy. Field of 10 to go a mile and 16th on this firm turf rail set outward to 24 feet. As race 8 will close out the show today, we'll shift racing tomorrow at Churchill Downs for Million Day underneath the Twin Spires. We'll be back live racing here on Sunday. Loading in here for the 8th and final Faith Runner. For Mikhail Michel and Dallas Stewart locked up. Rocket Ship Racing's Blue Devil, the next one to come up. Followed by Levity for Watts Humphrey Jr. and Vicky. Working with Predominant. Son of Arrogate for the Catman, 22-1. Encourage. Moving into line. Now, Habitus. Coming up, Spun Sun. For Brett Taylor, the next one. Get through to the outside. From the Bentley Combs barn. Talamo picking up the mount will load up to the outside, drawing in off the also 26-1. Get through. Son of Get Stormy on debut is in, and they are racing. Mucho Mojo with an alert beginning, also quick in his stride. Blue Devil up to the outside. There goes Levity. These three lead the charge. And behind that trio is the trio of Silver Blue, Faith Runner, and Encourage. Then about 6 or 7 back to Habitus as they take on the turn. And a length and a half further back up to that one's outside is Get Through, still 2. Back to Spun Sun and outpaced at the back of the pack. Predominant's already 20 lengths off the lead with 6 furlongs to go. And up top, they're going pretty quick. In fact, we have a pace battle. Up top, Mucho Mojo to the outside of Blue Devil to the inside. The quarter on the board, 23-3. Lively tempo up top. The pair has separated themselves about 6 lengths to Levity, who is third. Then to the inside, Silver Blue is next. Encourage races right alongside. Still 3 back to Faith Runner. A length to Habitus, who's on the move. And 6 or 7 lengths back to Get Through, who is 2 in front of Spun Sun. And Predominant still way out at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to go. The half-mile Spirited 47-3. Mucho Mojo has shook clear of Blue Devil, who's under the whip from second. Levity to the outside in third as their midpoint through the turn. Mucho Mojo is still there. The lead is down to a nose up to the outside. Blue Devil on a rebid now overtakes the lead. Up to the outside, Levity is third as they race towards the top of the home stretch. And Blue Devil's the one to come and get. And Blue Devil off the turn by a length and a half. Levity up to the outside. Here's a 4-wide sweep from Encourage, who's set to strike. And up the inside, Silver Blur. Up to the outside, Encourage is gaining ground on Blue Devil. To the inside is Silver Blur. It is Encourage and Blue Devil down to the wire. Encourage to the outside, Blue Devil battling back. Encourage and Blue Devil in a photo. Up to the outside, Encourage. Blue Devil right there in that photo. Then it was Silver Blue. We trail back to Levity and Faith Runner in 143-1. Number 10, Encourage, posted as your race winner. Second, the 2, Blue Devil. Third, number 1, Silver Blur. And fourth, number 9, Levity. 10-2-1-9. Objection into the running of the 8th race. It does affect your winner. The jockey aboard number 9, Levity, Rafael Bejarano, has lodged an objection against your unofficial winner, number 10, Encourage, alleging interference in the stretch. Once again, objection into the 8th and final. The jockey aboard 4th place finisher, number 9, Levity, and Rafael Bejarano, has lodged a objection against your unofficial winner, number 10, Encourage, alleging interference in the stretch. 9 against 10. Hold them all. No change. The claim of foul, the objection has been disallowed. There will be no change. 10-2-1-9. Entering the winner's circle for the second time today, here's Brian Hernandez, this time with number 10, Encourage, a 3-year-old dark bear brown gelded son by Air Force Blue out of the Galileo mare named Cavanaugh Park. The winner owned by Stephen Baker, trained by Kenny McPeak. Encourage breaks the maiden on turf debut in 1:43 and 1. That's 2 wins for jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. on this Friday card. Prices up, $15.48, $6.08, and $4.46 on the winner. $1 exacta, $24.45. The $3 turf pick 3, $633.27. The winning trifecta was 10-1. The trifecta came back $116.57 for a $1 investment. The double 26-13 pick 3, $116.85. Live racing returns to Ellis on Sunday at 12:50 with that wonderful Groupie Day Stakes field card. Again, live racing tomorrow will be at Churchill Downs for Million Day. Again, live racing back here at Ellis on Sunday, 12:50. 9 races on the card. The biggest day of the year here at Ellis on Sunday. We'll see you then. Goes in, and they are racing. Mucho Mojo with an alert beginning, also quick in his stride. Blue Devil up to the outside. There goes Levity. These three lead the charge. And behind that trio is the trio of Silver Blue, Faith Runner, and Encourage. Then about 6 or 7 back to Habitus as they take on the turn. And a length and a half further back up to that one's outside is Get Through, still 2. Back to Spun Sun and Outpaced at the back of the pack. Predominance already 20 lengths off the lead with 6 furlongs to go. And up top, they're going pretty quick. In fact, we have a pace battle. Up top, Mucho Mojo to the outside of Blue Devil to the inside. The quarter on the board, 23-3. Lively tempo up top. The pair has separated themselves about 6 lengths to Levity, who is third. Then to the inside, Silver Blue is next. Encourage races right alongside. Still 3 back to Face Runner. A length to Habitus, who's on the move. And 6 or 7 lengths back to Get Through, who is 2 in front of Spun Sun. And Predominant still way out at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to go. The half mile Spirited 47-3. Mucho Mojo who's under the whip from second. Levity to the outside in third as their midpoint through the turn. Mucho Mojo is still there. The lead is down to a nose up to the outside. Blue Devil on a rebid now overtakes the lead. Up to the outside, Levity is third as they race towards the top of the home stretch. And Blue Devil's the one to come and get. And Blue Devil off the turn by a length and a half. Levity up to the outside. Here's a 4 wide sweep from Encourage, who's set to strike. And up the inside, Silver Blur. Up to the outside, Encourage is gaining ground on Blue Devil. To the inside is Silver Blur. It is Encourage and Blue Devil down to the wire. Encourage to the outside. Blue Devil battling back. Encourage and Blue Devil in a photo. Up to the outside, Encourage. Blue Devil right there in that photo. Then it was Silver Blue. We trail back to Levity and Faith Runner at 143-1.